There we go. There's my camera. I think my voice is on too. Hey, everybody. Good morning. I'm coming on early because at some point in the next 2 hours, I'm going to go meet the Trento mining guys, and we're going to try. We're trying on all fronts to get things. Fighting to make things happen. I mean, to make it painful for the criminals, but also not to. I mean, there's two aspects, I guess, of what happens. And good morning to everybody. There's two aspects that what happens. We get caught up. I do in the fight and the immorality of it. But the other thing is, let's try to make some money. Let's try to make some money. Now, I didn't make any notes this morning, but I do want to say good morning, good morning, good. But I think that the market, the stock market, the American stock markets, from the Russell 2000 all the way up to the Dow, are going to have a rally that's going to knock your socks off. We're going to be up 25, 30, 40%, maybe more. And I think it's going to happen over the next months. And I would guess the risk point comes after the election, regardless of who wins. But I'm not even sure it'll stop after the election. The momentum of liquidity and buying and wackiness in the market, I think, is going to lead to institutional buying and all the catch-up buying. You're going to see that even these professional hedge funds have human emotions, and they're going to be jumping in. That's my premise. When you invest, you have to have a premise, and that's my premise on how the market's going to go. What are the risks? The risks are that the bond market falls apart. I don't think the Fed's going to allow that, or the Treasury. They'll just keep buying, and somebody's buying. But it's something to look out for. The other risk is war. And the facts are, we don't want to believe it, but the United States cannot protect itself from missiles from Russia. We can't. And so we're going to poke the bear over there. Okay, maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. But we're operating all the way over there where we don't belong. And we don't have the abilities we had in World War II. In World War II, the Soviets beat Nazi Germany. So I don't know what we're thinking, but war could disrupt it if it gets out of hand. But the thing about that war, our lives are over anyway. It's possible the war will just destroy the heart out of Europe and we'll chicken out. It's possible. I don't know. So those are some of the risks. But I think my point is, I think that we can select some investments which give you the ability to double or triple your money in the stock markets, and maybe I think even the metals markets. And then you still have time. You still have time to make money in the cash, in the currency, but then do the things that allow you to be your own central bank, allow you to get out of the debt-based system, allow you to own your business, or allow you to own precious metals, for example, or farmland. I'm not, as I've told you, a well-versed technician, but what this is analogous to is the fifth wave in a 5-wave pattern, and it'll give you quickly everything it took years to make otherwise. It's analogous to the hyperinflate just before the hyperinflation in the Weimar Republic. The stock market soared and then everything went to crap. It's like that. It's all like that. So I want to try to focus on coming up with some ideas that can help you make money over this next period of time. One of them, to me, obviously, is silver. Silver's around $30. I think it goes to 60 by September. Could be sooner, but that's a double. That's a double. It's a double. What else? Let's see what you're saying. Let's see what David's saying. Trucking on down the highway. What's that song? Moving down the highway. I can remember the tunes, but I can't remember the words. I can't even remember the band. I can hear it. I can hear the wind blowing through the pines. All right, let's look at some. There was one stock this morning that really had a big move. And that stock is, I should send you the chart. Let me send you the chart. Of course, it'll take forever for the chart to show up, but I'll send it to you. Send all three of these charts. I can hear the wind blowing through the pines. Oh, I'm just trying to see what I'm doing. Save to files. Save. Okay. You were the best thing in my life, I recall. You and me, Lord knows, we know. I know that we may never have those times again. All right, you didn't tune in for a bad Waylon Jennings song. Oh, it was so good. Yes, it was so good when I was your man. All right, David says, I just don't know how you can say there is no freight. Say it. I see. You got to keep your eyes on the road. I just don't know how you can say it. There is still no freight. It just makes no sense. Yeah, David, the stock market is divorced from reality. What's happening, in my opinion, and this is my thesis because I listen to a lot of different people, it's this, the targets I'll give come from David Hunter, and there's a lot of worry out there, and the market likes to climb a wall of worry. It likes to climb a wall of worry. And it's more about the cash on the sidelines. It's about the massive amounts of liquidity going into the bond market and probably into war. It's a lot of money going in to prop up the single most popular president in the history of the United States. Most votes ever. And so there's a lot of, in my judgment, cash out there. There's also a lot of hedge funds who have been negative. If we're going to crash, the headlines say Dent is saying we're going to crash. I agree with Dent. I agree with a crash, I called for it, I don't know, a decade ago. I asked a bunch of my friends, what if the market round trips? But I think it's going to happen after this massive, almost supersonic rise in the stock market. There's no place for people to put their money. David, the other thing is the bond market is as scary as I've ever seen it. It's just, you're not, you, the investor, you're not paid to go out 10 years. You're not paid to go out 30 years. There's inflation that you can get. I don't remember the numbers, but you can get 5% in a T-bill, and at least you know you're going to get it and you keep rolling it. But there's inflation. There's as you add duration to your fixed income, you're exposed to all manner of nightmare, and not the least of which is a United States government default. I just don't think as people move off the sidelines, they're going to go in the bond market. Unless, I mean, in a war or in a collapse, yes, that happens at least temporarily. But I think the place people are going to go is the stock market. And that's just kind of how I see it. Let me see if I can get this stock chart up that I want to show you. It may or may not come up. And it's going to tell me I have too many pictures, probably. I got to get a new computer so you don't have to wait for my slowpoke system. Okay, it's 2366. 2366. So anyway, David, that's why I say that. I do agree with you that the market, I do agree with you that the economy is in trouble. All right, one other thing I wanted to point out to you is that filing for DJT, it was relative to a previous filing. So the stock is up 11 cents today. The initial read by everyone that Donald Trump, which I shared, I mean, I probably shouldn't have, was somehow going to be selling out, doesn't look to be true at all. So I think the DJT is very much still in play. They're trying to keep it from breaking out. I'm still waiting for this chart to show up. I hope it does. Finger is all right. So that was wrong. Finger is flat basically, and we will have Ham on after he's done pickleballing. GME's down 52 cents at 24.32. Logic closed up on the day. What was interesting about Logic is it traded, apparently, I didn't see it when it happened. It traded as high as 3 cents, which is sometimes. Sorry. Oh, I need to get a new computer. I'm really sorry for my service to you guys. This is quite painful that it takes so long. Quite painful. Okay, so now let me try again. I think it'll be worth it. I get it, finally get it up here. All right, let's see if that's it. Okay, and then the one I can't talk about is up to 287, which is showing some nice trading from yesterday. Kodak is down 572. DBMM, some of you follow, 0.0048. And most of them aren't trading yet. But let me take David's comment down first. Well, David, I think I'll leave that comment up because I think it'll fit. I think you're right, and you have the evidence of the economy, but it's a runaway market. Okay, this is our CRT. This morning, it got as high as 271. Do you see this blue line? The number above the blue line is 275. If, in fact, this breaks out today above this fat blue line and stays up here, I think our CRT could have a really nice move. My point is the stock is starting the price action of the stock, the signals are telling you something's going on. And in the news today, they announced if you go to, I don't know, Yahoo Finance, they made an announcement that wasn't that exciting, but it's sort of a predicate for anything good happening. They announced that NASDAQ has given approval, as they say it, Recruiter granted continued listing from NASDAQ hearings panel. And it explains the reasoning. We are grateful, said CEO Granger Whitlaw. And the company has engaged in preliminary negotiations and due diligence with several private operating companies for the purpose of acquiring revenue-generating operating assets or businesses which are synergistic with the company's business plan and model. Any such acquisitions would be consummated in conjunction with one or more private or public placements of company securities to help facilitate. The company is in discussions with strategic investors to issue up to 6.5 million of shares in a private transaction. The proceeds of which to further the company's acquisition strategy. Nothing material, binding, or otherwise has been executed to date. I just want to call that one to your attention. The others that I wanted to show you is survey says 2366. So let's try this one. It'll probably tell me to erase others. No, it gave it to me. I don't know which one this is. All right, this is DJT. DJT is down here now. They got it down with that rumor that Trump was selling, but he's not. So that got it to break the 50-day moving average. But I think what they're trying to prevent is a breakout from my very sloppy blue line, a little bit higher than that. Where I circled in green is a gap, and that's like, I don't know, 57 to $58 a share. But if it gets through this and it fills that gap and it has some strength, I think that stock goes to 100. Let me see. I had one more chart. I totally forget which one I put up here. It's this one. I see This is the one I can't talk about, but I can show you a chart. What's wrong with that? This one, you see right below David's comment, you see how the stock dipped and then it broke out massively and went to these huge highs. Well, it's been chopping, built a pennant here, and then collapsed. It came down to the 200-day moving average. And this is all very negative to me. The 20 and 50 days crossing below the 200 days, not usually a good sign. The sideways movement, time isn't usually a good sign. The stock sort of breaking down under here, not really a good sign. However, yesterday, do you see the last trade, 286, the last movement up? That all happened yesterday. And it's puncturing maybe the 20-day moving average. If it gets through that and it gets the 326 and then 357, same story. You could have a big breakout here. So this is a very interesting stock chart to watch. It hasn't broken through yet. The other stock, I didn't put the chart up, is doing a little bit better. Rise and shine. Yeah, good morning, Ryan. The reason I'm coming on early is I'm going to go meet the Treno mining guy, at least one of them, mid-morning and probably for lunch and probably for afternoon. So if I'm going to come live, it has to be now. Let's see how the stock market is opening. GTII up 0.0036 at 9 cents. Obviously, meeting with Trento is meant to move that foot forward. Kodak is down 2 cents. The one I just showed you is down 5 cents at 281. GME is down 63 cents at 24.07. And the stock that Ham's daughter owns, you remember it, is flat at 123.5. Let's see how Logic's doing. Logic isn't trading. Zero volume. The bid is 0.0167, 45,000 shares. The ask is 27,970. I'm sure that's what somebody has to sell exactly. 0.0216, but no volume today. GTII is the only one in the green. Let's see, Finger is down 0.0455 at 297.45. And did I say RCRT? No, I didn't. It's 226. There is volume, but it's unchanged, 210 to 230. So that's the market right now. We'll see what we can do, permanent vacation. We're not giving up, but right now it's a big stall pattern, big stall pattern. I am hearing, for those of you who participated, and it's not over, I don't know, I've got something like almost 30 emails to still follow up on that I sent out and I haven't heard from anybody. But on the small gold transaction where the company's sending the documents directly to you, I did hear some good news yesterday. It's not, it's early stages. I'm trying to find the document to show you. Anyway, yeah, of course I can't find it. Anyway, it looks like we've raised the money, the initial money necessary to get going on the pilot plant, which is fantastic news. I mean, there's many a slip between cup and lip, but it means that the project, it means that the project, here, I'll try to break this. It means that the project can go forward. This is a caldera, and this is where the mine is. Up here, there's 200 million ounces of silver, and the Carlin trend is over here, which makes Nevada the biggest gold mining state in the country. So anyway, I'll follow up on those. They're not stopping. Apparently it might close on Friday, but I'm going to follow up on those. I can't do it today, but that's great news, really good news. But like I say, can't count on anything till the money's in, but I believe it. It's from the largest investor in the project, the largest financial investor in the project. So good news. It's really good news. The fraud in the market is insane. Well, their permanent vacation, they are getting paid. In fact, if you look at it, the hardest thing, Wall Street's now about gathering assets. And they've pretty much gathered most assets other than home equity, although they've gotten into that business too. One way to expand assets and keep growth going is to counterfeit, is to have 10 fake shares for every one share, just like the fractional reserve banking system does to the dollar bill. And I've read that in our commercial banks and our savings and loans, the number now might be 99 to 1, not 9 to 1. 99 to 1. The United States is in a big fantasy land right now. We're behaving as if we can continue to live as if there's only one population in the world that matters, and there's only one super economic giant. There's only one superpower. There's only one government. There's only one financial system. There's only one farming and medical and military system. And it's just, unfortunately, because of our arrogance and self-inflicted wounds and destruction, I think, from the inside out, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. All right, let me see what questions there are, and then I'll try to get Ham. Well, Ham's playing pickleball. Well, all right, let's go to the. Hey, Matt. Your mom. Your mama. Your mama. Hey, Richie Rich. Hey, Zizu. Hey, Eddie Eagle. Hey, Frank. CJ Yukon. Matt again. Corey Hayes, good morning. Hey, Patrice. How are you? How are you? Good morning, Narad. Matt K. Thank you, Matt, for the like button. By the way, Matt, I'm trying. I've never asked for subscribers, but my subscribers never go up. And I'm trying to get some CEOs and other parties to come on. And to the extent that 10,000 is an important number versus 8,300, 8,400, I guess subscribing might attract some interesting guests. I looked it up. I think what you can make with 10,000 subscribers a month is $500 a month, something like that. And maybe a little bit more if you really milk it. Your call will answer the order it was received. Buenos dias. Yes, I am, Katie Cat. I'm only on because I'm not going to be able to do it later. And I also saw, let's look right now. I saw that RCRT was breaking bad in the pre-market. Right now it's quiet, but RCRT, DJT, the two stocks I really not allowed to talk about. Yesterday, Logic, I should have put that chart up. Logic went to 3 cents, which is the resistance, and then it pulled back. It looks like all of these stocks might be having a bit of a move for a trade. That's one of the reasons I came on, just in case it traded. It's not all that important. What's important is I need to go meet the Treno mining guys. That's important. That's important. So I wanna be in early. We could call in and listen to Junk Savvy a little bit, but you can do that also on your own. I'm not trying to compete with her. She's great. Hey, Tom. Boy, boy. I know. Hey, Johnny V. Hey, Eunice. I hope all's well with you, Eunice. Well, no, there's a lot of people think the market's going to correct, David. There's talk of crash all along. I believe, and that's the thing. You have to have a theory, and then to change it. And on a dime, you have to be able to act and get out of it. But I think there's so much cash on the sidelines. Did you see what happened with NVIDIA? NVIDIA, the tattooed lady. NVIDIA, my tattooed lady. I don't know where it was, 400, 450. It's at $1,200 now. Let me see. You got to adjust it for the split, but it's pretty simple arithmetic. Yeah, it's $1,200. Well, NVIDIA's just been kind of a rocket ship, and most of its move has happened in the last months. That's what I think is going to happen to the market as these very self-important men and women who all went to the same school, trained at the same brokerage firm, talk in terms of beta and gamma and quintiles, and they have to present to their clients, and we're in the top 10% of performing funds. These are the same people who don't want to be out of a stock while it's going up, but they don't want to go take a risk that's going to take time, and then they have cash sitting there. I think there's a potential for fear of missing out. The last thing they want to do is come to the end of the year and their buddies are up 50% and they're up 5%. So there's a packing on that can happen. Now, will it happen during the summer? That old wag sell in May and go away. Who knows? But there's so much negativity. I really believe dollars are pouring into the financial markets, both in the bond markets, and I think the Fed just buys directly some of these stocks. The Fed put is very real, and there's a lot of cash. People have cash. Are they going to put it into real estate? Maybe. But real estate looks a little shaky and overextended. Are they going to put it in precious metals? Yeah, that could go. I think gold could go to 3,000 by the time they reelect, Hillary Clinton. Silver could go to 60. But a lot of these other stocks, the commodity ETFs, the you know, the big copper companies. All of these could have really nice moves. So anyway, and I think a lot of the stocks we're in, believe it or not, because we've picked them, I hope carefully, could have moves. There is a ton of money. I think it's going to go from the Dow to the Nasdaq to the you know, the crappy over the counter market to the Russell 2000. That's my thesis. Is if you have to pick one, that's what I think. We're going to see, to pick one of them. I don't know. I think the Dow could go to 60,000. We're going a lot higher in the market, I think. Now, the only thing that will change that is if the bond market collapses. But I don't think it's going to happen. Everybody's talking about all the bad news. The BRICS have an alternative, but the BRICS don't have a Fed. The BRICS don't have a war machine. The BRICS don't have a deep bond market. The BRICS don't have the rating agencies. The BRICS don't have the regulators. The BRICS don't have the legal system. Even though we feel cheated, our system still stands head and shoulders above the alternatives. But as people start using the alternatives and seeing that, for example, China is committed to integrity in its financial markets, or the UAE is committed to it, or somewhere else, Korea, India, it's going to be sayonara for our really lovely lifestyle. If you can remember how the UK was after the war in the movies, you may not remember it, but you still go over to the UK now. It's very hard to get a North American shower in the UK. Cars are all small. Houses are really small. They went through a period that was maybe not third world, but it was second world almost, not communist, but and that could come for us. That could come for us. I hope not. I hope not. That's why I talked so aggressively on some of my points, because it's up to us. It is a bit early, Jordan. And once Ham comes on, I'll probably sign off afterwards. De-dollarization, I've been talking about it, Linares. I've been talking about it for 20 years and predicting it. And now that it's in all of the news, everybody, the shoe shine boy talks about it. It makes me really skeptical that it's happening right now. So that's one point of view I have. The other point of view I have, for some reason, the COVID lockdowns sped everything up. I mean, one example is in our city. I used to talk to politicians, because we're a small enough city I could do that, about the idea of having outdoor restaurants. Well, now we have them everywhere. Everybody's outdoor. So it's there's a speeding up of trends going on. I don't know why. Maybe it's just coincidence with the lockdowns, but maybe the speed up in trends is going to lead to de-dollarization. One of the biggest things that's happening, Linares, is that when King Abdullah Aziz died, the crown passed to one of his brothers, and then, or one of his sons, sorry. And then it went to his brother and his brother and their brother. And I guess it's how do you say that? The Sadithi sisters, the Sadiri sisters. And there was a group of men that became king. but they're all ancient now. And this MBS's father is the final king that has somewhat of a link. I forget if he's still a brother. He may actually be a little bit removed. But anyway, there was the whole consensus, with a little bit of intrigue, I guess, that he's the next guy. But he's elderly now. And MBS is going to be the next king of Saudi Arabia. Well, we're on the verge, I think, of seeing MBS, even though Biden is trying to up the ante with the coverage the U.S. military will give to Saudi Arabia. Albeit in return for some stabilization in relationships with Israel. Sounds a lot like the Abraham's Accord, but that got nixed as soon as the most popular president in the history of the United States came into office. Anyway, I think MBS is he's a forward thinker. He's a young man. He knows that the future of oil demand is in Asia, Southeast Asia. I think he knows that some of the weapon systems out of the Soviet Union surpass ours. I don't think he's impressed with Biden. And he knows if Trump somehow gets in, I don't think they're going to let him get in. Only has one term. He'll be a lame duck. And if he picks one of these, if Trump picks one of these milquetoast vice presidential candidates because he doesn't want the competition with the camera, it'll be a lame duck presidency. And then the question is, who comes in afterwards? And that's not necessarily the star you hook your wagon to. So I think MBS may very well align himself with Moscow, Beijing, but it won't stop there. I think it'll be India, Brazil, other powers, and the so-called South. And I think he's going to be a leader of the future as the United States presence in the world wanes, and it will wane. Our presence as the monolithical, power maximus is receding, and we're accelerating it. We're going woke, and we're breaking it. And so I think the dollar may be, I mean, I would say it's a certainty that Saudi Arabia will not return to a system where oil is priced in dollars alone. I think the best case for us, it'll go to a basket of currencies. I think in terms of de-dollarization, I haven't looked recently, but to my memory, the percentage of global central bank reserves have fallen. The dollar was almost 80-some% a few years back, and now I think it's fallen to around 60%. It's a pretty significant percentage. But I think, Linares, what's more likely, and Jim Willey is where I first heard this idea, but I haven't listened to him in years. But I think what's most likely is that the United States will go to war to protect its financial system, protect its dollar, really, protect its bonds. We're not going to win that war. We're not going to win that war. And so there'll be an armistice, there'll be a peace. It'll be a short war because if if we continue to sponsor attacks into Russia, I think almost certainly will target countries who we're launching from for possibly strategic nuclear attacks, and that'll be over in 15 minutes. It'll be done. And the women here running policy that are big tough guys, they'll go, "Oh my gosh, they've never been hit in the face." The men that are sucking up to the wokeism will go, "Wait a minute, we better focus on our knitting, not on the balances of some," because the United States will be facing the threat that our military is no longer feared. I believe one of the things Putin might do, if we take this further, I hope saner minds prevail, but I think Putin might launch hypersonic missiles at one or more, maybe in the Mediterranean, but maybe further away, one or more aircraft carrier group. I'm assured by friends that know much more than I that they can't take us out. Well, we'll see. If they do take one aircraft carrier group out, one aircraft carrier out, the dollar is in trouble. The dollar is in trouble. So what, Linares, what I think's most likely is we're gonna start a war, and we're trying to. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we know that the incumbent president is always reelected if we're at war. Maybe it's so we can call off elections. I don't know why we're doing it, but I don't think we're going to win. So there'll come an armistice. There'll come, as you're pointing out, a time when oil starts being priced in other currencies massively. Right now, it's still pretty much the dollar. But sometime in your future, Linares, is going to be a new Bretton Woods negotiation. It won't be called Bretton Woods. It might be called the Riyadh agreements. It might be called the I'm trying to think of a neutral place where everyone could go. The Sri Lanka agreements. It might be the Hong Kong agreements. I don't think it'll be negotiated anywhere in the United States. I think it'll be negotiated more towards where the oil is, but also maybe towards where the gold is. And the gold right now, on a national level, looks to be. I think China may have more gold than we do. They're not very open, but it looks to be China, Russia, perhaps Iran will be included, but it looks to be China, Russia, and the kind of the Eurozone, from what I read to you the other day. So I think what's more likely than de-dollarization is the dollar will be the cleanest dirty shirt. It'll still transact the most of the international business, but there'll be a I can't think of a city. There'll be a Maui or a Kuala Lumpur agreement, and all the ministers will meet in a neutral place, and the IMF will be there. And I think the first thing they'll try is the special drawing rights, but that's based in Washington, D.C. If there's so much distrust post a war disaster, they may not go to SDR. They may go with a completely different strategy. But I think for world stability and world peace, the most likely thing is we won't per se de-dollarize under the current financial system. The dollar will remain up. Well, we may have a risk period. The dollar goes up, risk is on, the dollar goes up, but then out. It goes up and out. And we go to some sort of special drawing rights system, and it won't be based in DC. The IMF will move to Switzerland, or it'll move to Brasilia. I don't know. But that new special drawing rights, that new pricing of oil, the new pricing of rare earth minerals will be based, I think, on which countries own gold as a reserve and which countries have a lot of critical minerals. And so it's my own opinion, Liner, is the United States does not have 8,000 tons of gold. But I read to you from Jim Rickards that we had some contracts out there that limited our ability to sell below 8,300 tons of gold. So maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think my opinion matters or anybody's opinion matters. I don't think the United States is going to let anyone look into Fort Knox. So we will be one of the big players at the table. So in that sense, the dollar is not going to be de-dollarized. We're not going to be, just like we're not going to be the world's superpower, we're not going to be the world's economic currency. It's going to go, I think, most likely dollars, yuan, and rubles. And maybe if Europe survives this war, maybe the euro. But then there's going to be the tension between Germany, who doesn't really want to be involved with all the depression down below, and then Germany sitting right next to Russia. How long is it going to take Germany to realize their economic future is Russia and Asia and Southeast Asia? I don't think very long, but there's a lot of animosity. But anyway, it could be Europe. The other countries that have gold are important, but they don't rival those that I just mentioned. And then if it's oil, maybe Saudi Arabia will have a seat. But then, of course, if Saudi Arabia has a seat, Iran's going to want one. So there's friction there. But I think they'll work together because everyone is sick of the arrogance, the stupidity, the fecklessness, and the wokeness of the United States of America. We've really lost our way. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom because that's a good one. Cleanest dirty shirt. I like your idea. Maybe I can come up with t-shirts to sew. I woke up Sunday morning with no way to hold my head. It didn't hurt. The beer I had for breakfast wasn't bad, so I had one more for dessert. I fumbled through my closet and grabbed my cleanest dirty shirt. And I stumbled down the hallway to the street to greet the day. The kids were playing something in the park. They are going to start a war and bring all those Well, that's interesting, Philip. I've also seen on Elon Musk's Twitter that he's saying there's these containers around our country ready for it. It's pretty frightening stuff. Julie, this is what scares me about our open borders more than anything. Smallpox, for example. It used to be you had to go to Ellis Island and be there if you weren't healthy to make sure you didn't have a contagious disease. Now, what, 19 million people have come in and they could have any disease. And North America used to be, you felt safe as it related to disease. But anyway, it's a big experiment. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon and Kamala. Yeah. Yeah, they are trading. I mean, the biggest trades that are going on right now is energy from Siberia and elsewhere uh, through big pipelines down to China in return for one. That's the big. But yeah. Iran's been selling its oil and gold and other currencies. The UAE is off the just strict dollar. But Linares, the problem is the bulk of international commodity and other trades is in US dollars. And that's not going to change, in my judgment, anytime soon because of lethargy and because of the uh, uh, legal systems and contracts that are already in place. But it's changing. There's no question. Beautiful British blondes. Yes, mate. The problem is, mate. Some of them are a bit of lushes. They like dark black hair. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, Russia and China are and India. Don't forget India. A lot of people. Well, that's right, Scott. I think as NVIDIA goes up, and that's the hardest thing. People ask me, what should you do? I don't remember the ticker symbol, but one thing you could do with NVIDIA is get out of some of it and go to the semiconductor ETF. I don't remember the call letters because semiconductors aren't over with, particularly in war and all that. But NVIDIA is so far ahead of itself, so far ahead of itself. Maybe it isn't. But what's it going to do? Double from here? Which is nice. It's nice, but there's a lot of risk. So, well, no, Scott, I guess on Trento, in terms of GTII, the goal is to replace Reichman and bring. When I say Trento, it's more than one opportunity. It's not just the Trento mine. There's more than one opportunity. So that would be the ideal situation, is to move, act, and perform in GTII in order to cause, hopefully, pain for the counterfeiters, which would lead to the ability both to raise money, sort of a la, uh, uh, a GME or a DJT, and build a real company, which could really reward shareholders, but it could provide a squeeze. But I also believe, and I mean, it's just a discussion now. I believe that there are better shells out there than GTII. And almost every shell in the United States, because of the onslaught, the full court press against retail, almost every shell has a major short position. So if there's another opportunity, another shell, my idea would be talk to them. And if we can get something going, make an offering to everybody in GTII, maybe at a low number, and rock and roll from there. And then the key is to build value, to build cash flow, to build revenue, net cash flow, and then hopefully earnings. And then you get rid of the scourge of the counterfeiters. So Scott, I'm open to anything and everything as long as it doesn't involve helping the shorts. I don't want to see any reverse splits. I don't want to see raising money from a front with the shorts. I want shorts to feel pain. I want the prime brokers to feel pain. Why? Because the only way to get a squeeze going is when the prime broker calls for more cash. Otherwise, it's just spinning our wheels. That's my. All right, everything's in the red. Who said that? Sea of red. Eddie Eagle said it. Eddie Eagle said it. I'm never talking to Eddie Eagle again. I'm kidding. Yeah, everything's red. 10-10. So I bet we're going to have to wait just a little bit for him. Taylor Kenny. I don't even know who Taylor Kenny is. Let me write down Taylor Kenny. Taylor Kenny. I've been saying that for a long time, JD Nettles. I didn't know that anyone else was using those terms. I felt like an idiot talking about it because I've never heard it. Came out of my head. But their theory is, as long as they give you a statement that price is something in black and white, you're happy. And their second part of their theory, if you want to sell, they give you cash. You're happy. And Bob's your uncle. The fact that it's massively unfair to CEOs and to shareholders, and that the only way you can end up really investing for your future is in the monopoly of 3 or 4 investment banks and hedge funds, and they charge you a fee. And then if they get in trouble, the taxpayer bails them out. The massive unfairness of that eludes them. Companies can't get financing unless they're chosen, and that might happen with Cohen, by the way. But if you're George, the guy from, you're not chosen. If you're the MULN guy, you're not chosen. They destroy you. It's sickening. Hey, Dominic. Everyone says hello. Why does JP Morgan own a lot of silver? I can do a video on it. They don't own a lot of silver. There's a, I've got to update all this. My information is, I'm sure it's the same though. There's a woman called Blythe Masters. She was out of the London office of JP Morgan. And she came up with the idea essentially of, they call it credit default swaps. They call it all manner of things. But she came up with the idea of selling silver you don't own, hypothecating it, rehypothecating it. And so the silver market is suppressed by JP Morgan. JP Morgan's in a lot of trouble. Rumors are they have the largest naked short in silver. Maybe they've had time to work out of that position, so I reserve the right to study that a little bit further. But what silver had, certainly in most of you remember the Hunt brothers? They tried to corner the market on silver, and Wall Street went against them and crushed them. A lot of that was done with paper silver, paper, not real silver. But since that time, and I don't remember when it rolled over, but I'd say for 30 of the last 50 years, there, and I'm just approximately, there was a large silver stockpile, physical silver, above ground. Silver comes out of the ground when you go for gold or lead or other things, and it's viewed as not the target of why you're going, because it's always been cheap. Silver has uses in the medical fields for cleaning wounds, getting rid of microbes. And I'm not a doctor. My vocabulary fails me. Silver's in your phones. Silver's in your computers. It's in the military. Silver's in all, some vitamins. Silver is everywhere. And then it's in jewelry. It's in televisions. It's in, it has some electronic uses, so does gold. But primarily silver is between gold and silver. Silver has industrial uses. And typically silver gets consumed industrially or in products, and it gets thrown away. So the silver ends up in the the big trash bins of society, the junkyards and the landfills. Gold, that doesn't happen as much. There's whole industries of collecting computers to pull the gold out of it, or collecting items to pull it out. And gold is valued more as a monetary asset because it does not tarnish. It's not as heavy as silver. It's heavy, but it's not as heavy. And or maybe it is. I don't know. That's my impression. It's not as heavy, but it is shiny. People love gold, and it has purposes in jewelry. Anyway, so silver, Blythe Masters and the London Exchange, the CBOE, and New York and Chicago, sorry, San Francisco. They all start selling, and they do it to this day. They can sell an entire year's worth of silver production into the paper market, depressing the market. They have a massive problem. I don't believe they've ever covered their silver problem. What happened over the last 50 years is the stockpile of real silver above ground that was used, I believe, to break the Hunt brothers and paper. That stockpile's all gone. So the only thing left is paper. Now, every year, silver, and I don't have these numbers in my head anymore. Every year there's annual production of silver. Now that gold is up in price, gold is doubled in price, I believe you'll see a lot of silver coming to the market, which could suppress the gains in silver. But demand for silver is high from India, China, if we go to war. And as the dollar, Dominic, as the dollar-based system disappears, MBS, I'm using him as a stand-in for the typical Arab investor with foresight and with knowledge and courage. They're going to say, wait a minute, we're so heavily invested in dollars. We should be in gold and silver as well. And once gold goes to 10,000, silver's the next thing. I think everything is speeding up. I'm annoyed with myself because I haven't been able to replace my silver position. But I think both markets are tiny. The market for gold investors, private investors, institutions is tiny. Now they invest in China. They have what do you call them? Cigarette machines for gold in China. We poo-poo it. We poo-poo it. All it takes is one shift in momentum, and gold will be $5,000-$10,000. And I think that's coming very quickly. Silver will be $60-$90. And it could, like my prediction is silver will trade 1-for-1 in a spike with gold. I don't think, and I'll Dominic, I'll back out of this conversation here. Maybe I'll study it and do a video, but I do not believe JP Morgan owns a lot of silver. I think the exact opposite. I think they are exposed to massive short positions in silver. Now they may own what seems to be, and may claim to own what seems to be a lot of silver, but I would guess it's at 1% to their shorts, or I don't know. I have to study it. But I think it's a massive risk to the US financial system and to JP Morgan. I think the thing that's going to catch out the United States financial system, even more so than bonds, although bonds could do it. Bonds are massive, is going to be silver. Silver is the Achilles heel of the United States banking system. And so JP Morgan is heavily involved in silver because they're trying to manage the nightmare they created over the last decades. And the Western metals exchanges are all fraudulent, just like our experience in the stock markets. China is trying to create, I think it's in Shanghai, an honest metals exchange. But don't be surprised if the UAE or MBS comes up with creating honest markets in the Middle East. No one trusts that right now. But that's the arrogance of the British, and we've sort of stepped into that role, the arrogance of the white man's burden, which, by the way, it's this select group of, you went to Eton, yeah. It's this group of Brits, some Germans, some Dutch. Maybe the Spanish got a few punches in, and the Portuguese too, but it's not monolithical. Anyway, let's get off of that. I really think that's the opportunity, Dominic, in precious metals. And my whole goal had been one or two of these. I thought that Finger was going to run in the sense of a squeeze, still can. I thought that was going to happen elsewhere. And then we would have like popcorn, 2 or 3 or 4 in a row. And then we'd have an opportunity, because that's where I was headed, to make investments in these real assets. We've got to stop believing in the dollar. We've got to stop believing in CNN. We've got to stop believing in our own government for the time being. We've got to stop believing in Wall Street. Wall Street is not American. They are international. They don't care about America any more than they care about Zimbabwe. They just care about the lucre. Lucre. Honest Tio. All right, let's go to the bottom. John, China plundering. Oh, Africa's. Absolutely. But Mexican, what's so sad about what these knuckleheads that are running our government now, these arrogant, woke, overeducated liberals. Almost everyone in Africa up until recently would have rather have done business with us. But our bond markets strip, their leaders strip, and now Russia's driving us out. And Mexican, I want to study it, but I think the reason Macron is pushing for war with Russia is to protect the French Empire, the French Commonwealth, so to speak, that runs through Africa. We got to get away from all these things. We're not smart enough for the global power crap. We're not smart enough. We get played. Wow, who? Eddie Eagle said a sea of red. Everything's in the red. I guess it's because I went live in the morning. Crooks will pay. Yeah, I agree. Equal time for platinum. I'll do it, John. Vin, I'm on early. Ham says he'll come on after he plays pickleball, but I'm supposed to meet the Trento mining guys today. I'm not exactly sure what time, but it'll be before, during, and after lunch. So I'm not going to have a chance to do it later. So I came on early. I also believed that to be specific, when I saw RCRT trade at $2.71 in the pre-market, I also believed we might be a rock and roll there. I didn't know why. I looked at the news. It was kind of, well, they got approval from NASDAQ to trade. So it was good news for their business plan, but it wasn't, knock your socks off. I don't know. Those are the reasons I want to. Gold is heavier than silver. Gold is heavier than silver. But silver's bloody heavy. Silver's bloody heavy. What I meant, Dave, I know what I meant. So I was talking without thinking through my point. The dollar value, bang for the buck, gold is less heavy than silver. Right now it is. So it's a lot more expensive and heavier to own silver if you're trying to buy the same dollar value. That's what I meant. GME running green. Wow. I think that's true. They're going to dump, but we'll buy. We'll buy. But who's going to buy bonds? I don't think after the banks got burned by their woke directors like Silicon Valley Bank, idiocy. Only an idiot would buy long-term short bonds and then have the obligation. I mean, long-term small interest bonds and have their obligations in short-term duration. That's what the wokes do. They don't think. All right. Everything's down. Everything's red. Wow. Can't log in, Hobbs. Wow. NVAX. I like your idea and the young lady's idea. I forgot her name now. Darn it. She mentioned about the idea of medical companies. Can we get an update? I'm not allowed. He can talk about them, but I'm not. But Eunice, let me just show you the one. This one is trading at 270. So they're trying to pull it down here. To me, Eunice, let me take your comment down. All right. So to me, Eunice, this, look at where the stock was. You can't even see the date there, but where can I direct your eyeballs? Up here where it says PE, last earnings, next earnings, come down that column. That low there was really low. I don't know. What is that? 10 cents? All of a sudden the stock breaks out, and obviously this is post the split, breaks out to a pennant pattern over $1, goes sideways, and then it stair steps up, and it has this massive run, which I think is roughly to $26. And then they pulled it back. They fought it. It electrocardiogrammed for a while. And now for the last several months, it's been sideways. And Eunice, that to me is very negative. And when the stock kind of broke the first time under the moving average, well, let's see what happens. The second time, let's see what happens. Third time, let's see what happens. The fourth time, just like in reverse with when it goes to the top, I started saying, this doesn't look good. And I mean, it's not like I own a lot anyway, but sure enough, they were able to get it down under these moving averages. They were able to get it down to whatever that was, 230. I don't know. And the stock moves sideways. Time is lethal to any trading strategy if the trade's going against you or it's going sideways. It's just lethal. So this didn't look really good to me, Eunice. However, yesterday it woke up. Kind of by definition, the 20-day moving average is coming down. But as it went sideways, all of a sudden there was volume and it broke. It looked like it was going to break that 20-day moving average. Well, today it's not. But that doesn't mean it's over. That means they're trying to break resistance. And I think the 286 and then maybe the $3, then certainly the 326, and then certainly the 367, but the $4 range, the 475 range, these numbers, if they're broken over the next days, weeks, this stock is going to go higher. And that's why I printed this out, not to get you to buy more, but to get you, one, to give you a little hope, but also to get you aware if some of these resistance levels. Maybe don't chase it, maybe buy a little, buy more on a pullback, but this thing could be a setup to go higher. Now, Eunice, also be aware, if they're able to break this sideways to the downside, there's a lot of risk down. I mean, if I had to pick a number, 175, then 125, and then boys, it could go under $1. I don't see that right now, though, Eunice. I don't see that right now. I do not see it, but it's starting to show a little excitement. Let me see if I can get the other one over to you. I didn't look at it. I didn't make a chart, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get it to you. I mean, this one actually looks. This one actually looks better. Looks better, believe it or not, than any of them. Let me see if I can bring it up for you, Eunice. Let me see if I can bring it up. I've got to find it. I don't think it's there yet. So let me, let's just give it a minute to transfer. So Eunice, I have to just, for the other stock, I just have to wait till the chart transfers over. It takes so long. Yeah, I think that's a great service. Yeah, and silver disappears much more than gold disappears. Palladium is way. Let me see if I can get this up, this other one on here for Eunice. And then I'll see if I can reach Ham. And then I'll probably just sign off because I got to get ready for these guys. Let's see if it's that one. Nah, I got to delete something first. Got to delete something first. I've got to delete something first. Okay. Sorry, Eunice. Let me try again. Three, 6, 7, 3, 6, 8. 3, 6, 8. It's not here. I mean, look, Eunice, darn it. So frustrating. I may not be able to show it to you, Eunice. 10:908, 10:38. Let me just try to do it again. Oh, I see why it's not there. I guess I didn't save it. So the fault is mine, not in your stars. I thought I had saved it, but I guess I didn't. Okay, let's look again. I'm doing this for you, Eunice. I'm sorry it's taking so long. 2368, 23. All right, that's not where it is. Let's see where it is. Let's see where it is. It is, I see, it's up top. Okay, it's called HTPP. HTPP. Is that it right there? That might be it. Okay. Let me take your comment down. So, Eunice, this is the other one that you're talking about. And this looks great to me. The 20-day has crossed above the 50-day. The MACD looks good. Even this little money flow thing is turning upward. Your it broke out of a sideways movement to the upside, and it broke through the moving averages, pulled back, which is it breaks through resistance, punctures it, and then pulls back to test it, and then it rallies. And right now it's at 122. To me, obviously it could pull back a little bit, but to me the next stop is 150 because that hits this yellow line, but it also sort of hits the green line I drew here. And it's a rough number. I'm not trying to pinpoint it exactly. It'll do the same thing. It'll puncture it, pull back to it, and then I think it gets in this 214, maybe 250 range. And if it breaks that, there's over here above December, there's a little bit of a gap, although I don't think it matters. But if it breaks through that, I don't see any resistance. Yes, there'll be 350, and over here where the volume is paid more. They may get out, but a lot of them probably already are washed out. So I'm really, Eunice, I'm pretty bullish on this one. I mean, it'd be nice to own a lot of it, wouldn't it? All right. Let me see if it is heavily precious. It is heavily manipulated. That'll change, but the banksters have everything under control. I agree with that, Corey. See, you're very smart. You don't need me. You don't need me. IREN. IREN. Papa Powell. You store it. The storing of it. There's only three ways. I mean, you could put it in a safe deposit box. Do not do that. You could lose it in a crisis. Have it delivered to home. Leave it in its box. Don't tell anybody. Just throw it in the back of your, tool shed. But don't tell anybody. Pretend it's not there. It'll get stolen otherwise. The second way to do it is to store. They will direct it to storage locations in the United States, and you pay, or around the world, you pay for that. You got to be really careful, because if we go to war with China, can you get your silver if it's stored in Singapore? I don't know. Who knows? So you got to spread it around a bit. The other thing is, if you think of civil unrest in Idaho, and it's stored, or in Canada, and it's stored in a storage facility, what keeps the guards protecting that in the time of civil unrest? So that's another thing. The other way to do it is just to buy silver in your accounts at a brokerage firm through things like the Physical Silver Trust, PSLV, or ETFs. ETFs don't have a lot of real assets in them. They'll trade well, but when push comes to shove, you might not have anything. The Physical Silver Trust, you do have the silver, but then the risk is, will your financial institution steal your assets in your account? And you're left with the only way of going through the legal system. Much like RFS, was that it, with the governor of New Jersey? That's what happened to accounts there. There's no perfect way, Linares. There's no perfect way. That's what I'd like you to start thinking. I like that, Winged Wolf. I'd like people to start thinking, and I've said it before, as you make profits in this dollar, black and white, it's all fraud system, maybe take 5% of your profit, 10% of your profit, and allocate it to physical metals. Whether it could be a physical trust, or it could be the other mechanisms. All right, it's 10:47. I haven't heard from anybody. Maybe I'm being stood up. That's a long chapter. Let me go to the conclusion. All right, I'll read. No, there's no news on logic, but I told you yesterday it traded up to 3 cents. Let me see how it's trading now. So now they have it trading in between the bid and the ask. No volume. That's, to me, that's bullish, that there's no volume. But of course, T, that they put this news out about this acquisition. This is a week or so ago. It's worth 6 cents a share. But in it, they talk about this is one in a series of acquisitions in the biotech space, targeting a cumulative value exceeding $750 million. 750 million. And I know you can't read it. I'm just showing you that I'm not making it up. And if we get 15% of that, it works out to 45 cents a share. They also point out here that this acquisition, this one, 200 million, is the first of three, with the subsequent acquisitions already in the letter of intent range. And this one is slated for completion. It says it right here, by July 31, 2024. So I'm anticipating that we'll see news in Logic very soon. One of the reasons is it's a clean shell. If they wait another quarter, they got to do their financials again. All right, since Ham hasn't come on, I'm just going to read the conclusion of the new case for gold by Jim Rickards. This book came out in 2016. So it's 8 years old. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. All right, page 167, conclusion. My models, Jim Rickards' models on systemic risk in capital markets, point toward dire events, including the collapse of the international monetary system in the not too distant future. That doesn't, just because it hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean it's not imminent. Still, we are not helpless. We do not have to be victims. Wow, he talks like I do. We can see the collapse coming and take steps in advance to preserve wealth. There are always actions for investors to take, and particular asset classes, especially gold, that are robust to extreme events. Certain investment strategies can be used, first of all, to preserve wealth, and then even prosper and gain wealth through the chaos. Investors like Warren Buffett and others have done so for decades. And the Chinese are doing it now with the gold acquisitions. Imagine, they've been doing it for 8 years. And oddly, I don't think Trump was preparing us for this, but Biden certainly missed the ball entirely. I view risk through the lens of complexity theory and estimate events using mathematical models based on inverse probability. Did you get that? The most important complexity theory metric is scale. What is the scale of a system? Scale is a technical word for the combination of the size of a system and its density function or degree of connectedness given its size. Was that clear? The most extreme event that can happen in any critical state, complex system, critical state, one word, critical state, complex system, is an exponential function of scale. This means that if you double the systemic scale, you more than double the risk. Sounds like leverage. The risk can go up by many times the increase in scale. Since 2008, and obviously since 2016 when this book was written, banks have vastly increased the scale of the financial system, and regulators have turned a blind eye. Is this guy? It's like Radar Love saying the same stuff. Since 2008, banks have vastly increased the scale of the financial system, and regulators have turned a blind eye. The 2008 too big to fail banks are now bigger, and their derivative books are much larger than they were in 2008. Imagine how much bigger they are now 8 years later. This is the equivalent of sending the Army Corps of Engineers out to make the San Andreas Fault bigger. We know that the San Andreas Fault is an earthquake risk and that extreme earthquakes can happen. We don't know the timing of the next big earthquake, yet no one thinks it's a good idea to make the fault line bigger. Yet that's what we're doing with the financial sector, making the fault line bigger by allowing the banks to get bigger, allowing derivatives to get bigger, and allowing a greater concentration of financial assets in a few hands. He sounds like me. Larry Flank, Ken Griffin, Joe Black, Leon Cooperman, whoever the head of Goldman is. Using these simple scale and destiny inputs in a complex system, it is easy to see that the next financial collapse will also be exponentially bigger than the panic of 2008, because the system within which it takes place has grown enormously. And this is why I really hate. I built my resiliency. I built the items and things I needed to be in place. And about 4 years ago, every single bit of it was taken away. When I say that, I'm not trying to say it's like the universe or something. It's my fault, but the result was I'm not ready for this. I'm in the same boat as you are right now. I'm trying to educate you, and I'm trying to remind myself, because if you know what's going to happen, even with a few assets, you can take the steps to come out ahead. I don't want hopelessness. All right. It's easy to see that the next financial collapse will be exponentially bigger than the panic of 2008, because the system within which it takes place has grown enormously. Regulators simply do not understand the statistical properties of risk in the financial systems they regulate. They're all woke. They're using flawed equilibrium models that involve normally distributed risk, for which there is no empirical support. They're using flawed equilibrium models which involve normally distributed risk, for which there are no empirical models. The regulatory support for those models. The regulatory risk management toolkit is obsolete. My advice to investors is simply get gold. Jim Rickard's advice to investors is simply get gold, but not too much. If I'm wrong, you won't be hurt by a small allocation. If I'm right, your wealth will be preserved. Well, this is what he said 8 years ago. I'm not so sure he's right that you shouldn't have more than just a small amount. But listen to him. Why wouldn't you go all in? Why wouldn't you have 50% or 100% of your portfolio in gold? The answer is it's never a good idea to go all in on any one asset class. Gold is volatile, so you will want other assets in your portfolio, such as cash, to damp down the volatility. And that's true too. Cash isn't going to go away. Well, there'll be some kind of cash. Also, there are other assets which will preserve wealth the way gold does. Fine art, and land have had many of the same wealth preservation properties as gold, but they add diversification to the portfolio. All right, listen to this 8 years ago, and I think it probably applies now. If institutions who currently have about 1.5% in gold simply went to 5% allocation of their assets, lower than my recommendation, lower than Rickard's recommendation, There is not enough gold in the world at current prices to come anywhere near filling that demand. Listen to this again. If institutions in the West who currently have about 1.5% of their assets in gold simply went to 5% of their assets as an allocation in gold, which is lower than what he's recommending. There's not enough gold in the world at current prices to come anywhere near filling that demand. That's an example of how fragile the system is and how little it would take to send the gold price soaring. You don't need the end of the world for a super spike in the gold price to happen. You just need fairly small changes in behavior and perception of potential gold buyers for the gold price to skyrocket. After that, the feedback loops kick in and the gold buying frenzy begins. I'm not predicting tomorrow's gold price. It could be up or down. I'm looking several years down the road, and that's where we are now. We're several years down the road since he wrote this. For an estimate of how the next panic will play out, I know that when the crunch comes, the large players are going to get all the gold available. The institutions, the central banks, the hedge funds, and the customers with relationships with refiners are the ones who are going to get all the gold. Small investors will find out there is no gold. That's why I'm talking about this small gold miner and other things. You got to buy it almost regardless of price, just to have a chance. Your local dealer will be sold out and back ordered. The mint will stop taking orders. Meanwhile, what's happening with the price? It's going up more than $100 an ounce per day, more than $1,000 an ounce per week. It's running away from you. You may want it, yet you can't buy it. That's what sounds like GME did last week. That's what a buying panic looks like. Panic is the likely outcome of the forces in play 8 years ago. My best advice is to get your gold now while you can. Then just sit tight and don't worry about it. Allocate 10% of your liquid assets to gold. Put it in a safe place. Then just sit back and watch the show. It won't be pretty to watch, yet your wealth will be intact. All right, let's see. Somewhat. Let me see if I can get Ham to come on. I don't know why he hasn't yet. I don't know how long he's going to be able to talk or how long I'm going to be able to talk. Let's go through. Logic's in the green, barely, 0.0002. It's the only one on my screen that's green. Everything else is under pressure. But I don't have Kodak. That's down. I don't have DJT. Let's see where it is. That's down to 286. I'm going to have to do more of it, but I'm telling you guys, just even a small bit will make you feel better. We'll talk about more of it. No, I wouldn't put gold in a safe deposit box other than temporarily, but the financial system's going to be in trouble. And I think if we have a woke government like today's, they will confiscate gold. They won't let you into your vault. And like Scrooge McDuck, they will say that is not your vault. So no, I wouldn't put it there. Would I put it in storage? Storage, you can't insure it. Storage can be stolen. Would I put it, most of the dealers will give you storage as part of their package. It costs you money. I think the safest country to store in probably is Switzerland, but when we're on a verge possibly of a war in Europe, that doesn't sound so good. Hong Kong and Singapore are very safe, except if we go to war. Canada seems safe, except if we have civil unrest. Denver seems safe. New York seems safe. Same thing. So I don't know that there's a really safe place. So maybe more than one place. The other is if you just don't tell people about it, just keep it somewhere that you know where it is and no one else knows where it is. No one's going to find it. But keep cash, keep your cash, this kind of cash, this is it says Federal Reserve note somewhere. It says Federal Reserve note. This is just a con game. It's just confidence. But it'll have value in the supermarkets probably because everyone's familiar with it. Coins, on the other hand, are issued by the Treasury. In a way, even though we're stretching things here, it's a little closer to real money. Coins may have value. And the one thing I would is, while it's available, because it'll be gone, is junk silver. I wouldn't open the bags. If silver were to spike, you can sell it quickly if you haven't opened the containers. But if we go into a financial nightmare, one of the reasons I had my house here within the White House is because if you can imagine a world out in the suburbs where there's no food in the supermarkets, where diesel fuel is trading at $50 a gallon, where people are hungry and you're sitting in your windowed suburban home and there's the people that used to play football on the weekend start roaming, it doesn't seem very safe. But I no longer have that house. So I'm no longer safe in that scenario. But one thing to do is if you have junk silver, if the ATMs go down, if you need to go to the gas station to fill up your tank, they're not going to have change for a gold bar. They're not going to have change for a 100-ounce bar. They'll just take it and fill your tank. If you have coins, you can do, you don't consume as much. Also, if you buy gold chains, you look like a rapper, you have gold jewelry, you can get the hell out of Dodge with quite a bit of financial assets on your neck, on your belt, around your wrist, on your fingers, and sell it when you get somewhere else. All right, I'm going to call. First, I have to get the speaker working.
Battery 90%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Okay, now I got a call. Yeah, you're live, and I'm gonna while you're live right now. While you're talking, I'm gonna go pee.
That's a little too much information for everybody here.
Go ahead.
Anyway, had to go to a breakfast meeting, and I'm on my way back, but I just saw the stock on 62,000 shares, straight down once again. I mean, we can't stop this. I know people get hungry, their price is down. This is clear manipulation, but we can't stop this going back and forth. It's just, they're trapped. They're trying to create volatility, but they keep going the wrong way. Volatility has to come to the upside. I repeat it so you understand it. You change the symbol and you'll see it in your name also, whatever it may be. It's a trading strategy that these guys are trying to jam down our throats. And we're lucky enough that we can spot it, see it. It's disgusting, and I can't stop it. And, if you go back to GTII, we had all the proof in the world, and they still manipulated it. They were even busted for doing it. They belong in jail, all of them. It's not our job to arrest them. I said it a million times, if we had a badge and a gun, we could do this. But, the government is allowing this to go on. I can see it at the higher levels with the citadels and, but to let these small-time criminals just come in here and just keep violating and stealing everybody's money is just amazing. And, I'm lost for words on it. I've been doing it for 24 years. Some people have been doing it for 2 years, 3 years, and they're sick and tired of it. They think how I feel about it. And, if you didn't make money doing other things, you'd be wiped out here. I mean, it's just insane that they continue to do it. And that, but that's for the most part, I'm trying to educate you about that. The company, we're lucky that the company has got his head on straight and can adjust and make things happen to the upside with fundamentals. They're catching the company as it's just beginning to grow versus in the late stage. Like, for example, KOSS is a complete piece of trash, and yet they keep trying to squeeze it, or whoever's trying to manipulate it. If I was a market participant, if I was playing, every time these guys pump up KOSS, I would be shorting it at $6, $7. It's not. Its business is drying up. It makes 10 cents. What the hell? It's a crowded space. Where they're going, right? If it got taken over at 8, I think that would be my upside. That would be my loss. If I shorted 7 and I get blown out, it'd be $8. AMC, there's so many shares, there's so many things going on. I'm a movie guy, but still, we don't go to the movies like we used to. Movies, everything goes straight to television now. So, we used to go to the movies twice a week. I haven't gone in 6 months. So, I mean, it's a changing business. I don't know how they come out of it, with these big buildings and stuff that they have and the cost. But that's their business. But that's something I want no part of, even going long, going short. I have no interest in it. GameStop is different. The guy's raised. He can raise the money through his business dealings. It was done through a short squeeze. I think it's time for him to now put that to rest and build out a business. Buy a business, do nothing. Buy Apple computer stock, do something. So that story to me is changing from a short squeeze to now a fundamental play. He may come up with a great idea. It may take a couple of years to dig in, and then the stock will be again in play. But until then, to me, it's a non-event at these levels. And I don't care what options, roaring kitties, exercises. He tipped off the street what they're going to do. If they have to get the stock, I'm sure they have arrangements to work together to make sure that he doesn't disrupt anything. And I don't think the hedge funds are here anymore. I think the hedge funds have moved on to new names, gone back to their old names, and they had their fun here. And I think out loud to myself all the time, how many times can you squeeze a lemon, make lemonade, or orange juice, whatever it may be? Once, twice. I think that the GameStop squeeze is a little long in the tooth, as they say, and it's starting to. And the only reason it's getting worn out is the company keeps raising the money and flooding the market with shares. or the shares have been flooded in, and they covered the shorts. It's obviously the shorts are shorting it, and I think they know that if the stock gets away from them, the company is going to resell it to them. It wasn't like the old GameStop days, going to 500. Now it's the government stepping in. It has to be the government forcing this guy to cover shorts that are in trouble. Don't get me wrong, it could run $20, $30, but they know they have this protection of the government, and that's what I see going on there. DJT, they came out with this filing amending that they're going to sell the stock. The shorts are using it to their advantage and trying to push the stock down. Again, I don't own it. I always told you buy cheap calls if you wanted to participate. I do believe that because you have the biggest, the most powerful man in the world, and Devin Nunes, that something going to happen here. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe they have a prearranged trade with the shorts trying to cover. Maybe they do the same thing like GameStop. Or maybe they hold out and make the noise. I'm not in their camp. Devin Nunes is making a lot of news, a lot of noise. And I think that blue sheet investigation has the NASDAQ has to show the SEC what they're finding. And maybe that's why these guys are filing to sell their stock. I don't know. But I try to be aware of what's going on with these types of situations. And finger motions is being manipulated. Where are they going? Pushing it down to where? The company's fundamentals are north of 5. Benchmark, who is brought to the table by Lynn Partners, said the stock is worth $5. They're talking 5. That's a year and a half old. The company's a year and a half stronger. So what? It's talking 5. Now it's maybe what, 6 or 7? Who the hell's trying to sell it to 90? The only people selling it are the shorts, trying to manipulate it to get people to bail out. And tonight we get the information on the real short, which is 2,060,000 shares. I think you're seeing these levels because they're trying to, between the naked short and the real short, to cover one guy up so he can return the stock and not pay the fees to cover it, to carry it. Remember, everything on Wall Street costs money. So it's called the cost to carry. So carrying a real short position in finger motion, paying the fees each day, let's say on 2.1 million shares, the guy's losing a half a penny on carrying cost, right? William, you back or you still?
I'm here. There's a verdict in on the Hunter Biden case.
What they do? Make them hedge funds? What they do?
Yeah, the SEC is going to protect him. No, they haven't said what it is yet.
Who cares? The guy's that kid is a mental patient. Total mental patient.
Well, I feel sorry for him. He got addicted to.
But they let him run amok, and look what they have now. It's disgusting.
Fulcrum, Mike Lucci.
Family members become screwed up, and that's what happens. There's nothing you can say about it. Listen, I don't give a fuck about what the Biden gets. But going back to finger motion, where are they going? The value is close to 5. Benchmark has the report. It's online. You can see it. You can see the CEO talking about their business. We heard rumors last week of Jeffrey Easton's friend buying the stock through a brokerage firm. I told you Wall Street's a small place. The only thing finger motion does not have is the momentum players. But remember, we have the buyer in our stock is Lynn Partners, 230 million shares to be exact. That's our buyer. As you can see, whatever they sell, they never buy back. Nothing. When a few buyers step in, the stock goes right back over 3 again. It's the same pattern every day. Each day that goes on, it's hurting them more than us. The company's getting stronger. The fundamentals are only growing, and these idiots keep trying to hold it down. And that's where we stand. Any questions, Wayne?
I didn't look. Hang on.
I gave a Johnny Carson monologue here.
Oh, you did? I was listening to. It didn't take me that long. The jury reached a verdict. Drugs, gun. They'll announce it shortly. People were asking about those. I think you talked about them. Those two stocks. One your daughter owns, I think, looks great on the chart. And
where is it?
It's hang on. Everything was in the red.
120 to 122. Down 2 cents. But I don't know.
Yeah, everything was in the red before you started. No, it's 121 to 125. Last trade 123.5 flat.
Don't you find it amazing how the stock started to look good? Buyers come in, it's always in the same spot. And every morning they try to open it up, and it's always negative. Sell it, sell it. Doesn't the SEC have a feeling that can't they see the manipulation is the same stupid thing every morning? I see it every morning in all the names. It's always a sell buy, or it's always everyone wakes up and has to sell 500 shares of stock trying to mark it down. It's the same thing every day. God forbid anybody in this phone.
Hunter Biden guilty of felony gun charges. Faces 25 years in prison.
All right, can we move off it? Who cares?
Yeah, you can move off. I wonder what it does to.
They're disgusting people. What are you going to say? But you got me off this thought. What I was thinking about.
You were talking about every day they're selling. Every day they, and all the stocks trade the same, and I think that's
it's just amazing. You keep coming back, and it's just the same pattern all the time. And for the people again, someone just texted me, GameStop. They keep telling me I'm wrong, and I don't believe the hedge funds are coming back here. Hedge funds may play by 10, 20,000. Turn green for the day and see what happens. Hedge funds may buy 1,000 calls at $3 or $2, hoping to catch some grease lightning and get people to buy them. But it's fair to say buy them now than selling them. So be careful when you see these big volume prints. I think it's more of if you had I've seen hedge funds that used to go out there 200,000 shares or something, and then start buying the calls like crazy. Stock goes up $2, they make 400,000. The calls go up 20 cents, 50 cents. They don't even care. They start wiggling out of them, and before you know it, they walk away. They wind up making 150 clear, and they're out of position. They do a lot of things. Go back and listen to Jim Cramer on YouTube and how he used to, manipulate the markets. It's right there. He'll tell you how he's doing. Oh, we used to go out there, buy some calls, and we get Bob Pisani on TV to talk about it. But the hedge funds use all these tricks. And they're doing it in the names like GameStop now, AMC, because they're liquid and they know they can play around there. They don't do it in a finger motion because they know it's illiquid right now. And we can sit there and say, no, well, it's trading 250,000 a day. I told you, that's all make-believe volume. Everyone I know is long. They all buy a little every day. You can't buy a zillion shares a day. But once the short falls, once Jeff Easton or someone in his network gets arrested, they'll throw the towel in, and you'll see. The stock will tell you if they're dead, and that's when every hedge fund on the street comes running for it. Remember, they want to steal as much money as possible. They don't care whose dead body they take it from. Any questions, Wayne?
There really aren't any. Let me go some older ones that they asked me before you came on, if there's anything. They're wondering why I'm on early. I explained I'm supposed to meet these Trento guys.
You're meeting the Trento Mine guys. The Trento Mine guys are tied to GTII. So for those people who keep bitching about GTII, everything possible to make things happen while you're sitting on your fucking ass. William has to go to a meeting to go see these people to help us all out. Richard's doing what he's doing. So cut the bullshit out. We never went into your fucking machine and put a buy order in, so stop crying. I bought GDC. You don't hear me fucking crying. You be a fucking man about it. If you're a fucking crier, go fucking cry to the SEC because we've done it 15 fucking times. Sorry about that.
What do you think the odds are of Finger Motion accepting an offer that's too good to refuse from the criminals?
Impossible.
Okay.
The company's well aware they can short selling, and they know what they're doing to the stock. And William, you met people from Singapore and Asia, the people that I know. Those people believe the stock's worth 100 without a short squeeze. Do you think they're going to let these criminals out? What they're doing, these people, so you understand, the people in Asia have a very different mindset in investing. Some people that I know, one of them is a doctor. He's been buying Finger Motion for 4 years, every day. When the stock goes up, he doesn't sell it. He just keeps buying it. They know the value of what they're doing. We don't understand it. I don't even get it sometimes. But they live in Asia, and they believe that this company is a monster in the making. And they're willing to wait it out. We are from a fast-paced world. We need profits immediately. We need to make money. That's how we think. And don't get me wrong, I think just like you. But they think differently. And they accumulate it, and they just keep doing it. Because that's how they believe it, and they believe that they're going to make a fortune from it. And you know what? That's what they do. Very different mindset.
Someone points out that you have large cojones.
I got a big pair of balls. You're correct. I have no fear. I'm not afraid. The worst that can happen when I play a pickleball game is lose. The worst thing I can do is lose money in the stock market. That's the worst that can happen. The most important thing to everybody on this call, believe it or not, is your health.
No health and you're screwed. Trust me, it's the most important thing. Making money, I got it. We all want to make money. It's not going to change your life. You're going to become Warren Buffett. That's why these people like Lynn Partners and the Kramers, they should have the worst type of cancer ever. Let them eat them alive. They want the money. Let's see how it works trying to save your life. They deserve to rot because they just stole from everybody here. And they left us hanging, holding the bag. They deserve to rot. I hope I came across clear on that.
Well, I think people are missing your point.
Listen, I don't go down the street, hit some old lady in the head and take her purse and run away. That's what these guys have done. They take them from the person that invested, their grandchildren, if they wanted to leave it for them. They just have no, they could give a flying shit. And I keep trying to tell you, Wall Street is disgusting. How many times can I tell people this? It's the whole thing is a disgusting mess. When you buy a stock and you sell it, are you pissed off? After you sell it, do you really give a shit what happens to it? No, everybody on this phone does that. I do it. I sold it. I made some money yesterday. Who bought it? Oh, that stock I sold yesterday at 10 is 7. There's 4 people who bought it. Oh, fuck, no one cares. That's Wall Street. Think about it. Everyone on this phone has done it, sold stock, and it's gone down, and you didn't give 2 shit about the person who bought it. We all do it. These guys do it with the intention they don't even give a shit what happens to it. They could care less. You don't do it to hurt anybody. You're just doing it to take profit, and the next person who buys it, you know what? That's their problem. But just think about it. You don't think about it. After you sell it, you're just looking to make sure that money's in your account. Just to show you. And just think about these other guys, how criminal they are. They don't care less. They could care less. Jeff Easton selling stock, him and his partners are laughing. The guy in Australia, they couldn't give a rat's ass. He's up 220%. Every company they invested is worthless. And we're exposing that, and people yell at us because I can't hold the stock up. But we're lucky enough in this name that the company has the fundamentals to take care of it itself.
All right.
There you go. That's the saving grace here. All right, well, you got me riled up now. Let's go.
Well, I thought you were playing pickleball, but I guess you didn't get that chance to get all that energy out.
Yeah, how about this? How about Boeing? What price is Boeing today?
Boeing? Boeing is a resilient company. The planes fall out of the sky and the stock goes higher. It's down 368, 186.
So it was down to 182. It's rallied back up to 190 something. And you see how funds come back and reward it. They buy it. Today, William, I don't know if you saw it, a 737 MAX, whatever it is. Parts flew off the plane in mid-flight.
I didn't see that.
And I'm looking at it saying, how many chances can this company get? Finger Motion is doing everything proper and gets no chances in life. Boeing gets 40 chances already. That's Wall Street, my friends. There's like no way in the world when it was down to 180. I said, there's got to be some lawsuits, this, that. But the government will bail it out because there's a zillion people working there. Instead of making sure, federal offices in there, making sure that aviation, whoever it is, the FAA, get people in there to supervise and make sure people are doing it right, doing their jobs right, and let the people know if you're not doing this job right, you're going to go to jail for it. But no, the country doesn't care. Airbus makes the better plane. That's just the way it is. Boeing should be allowed to fall apart, but they keep saving it. It keeps holding the stock price. It keeps getting 180. It bounces up. I don't know. Some more parts fall off. It's only down $4. Imagine a small company, $10, makes a mistake like that. Stock could be pennies.
Yep. I don't see any real questions.
What time's your meeting?
I by now, so I think anytime. He's driving down from New Jersey, I guess, somewhere. So, like I say, I would have thought. Let me look if he called. I don't know.
No. Just for those people who are watching, I keep an eye on Kodak. I don't own it, but it's got a big short, naked short in it, and it keeps creeping back up to the $6 level. Maybe you can make a trade for yourself. You can buy 1,000 shares. It runs to 650, sell it, make $500. if it sells off with the market at this point, market's down $200, maybe you get it dropped to 575. When the market firms up, you can basically, trade that name very safely. It looks like it's got strength behind it. Does Kodak become the new GameStop? Maybe. That's what everybody's looking for, right?
Yep.
It's so funny. I saw that video with Andrew left crying. Everybody on Twitter's mean to him. I told you my friend was at dinner with him the other day, and he's afraid someone's going to pop him. And he sits in the restaurant. He sits with his back to the wall. But I remember him put out the story about Etsy, ETSY. Stock was 130. The stock had gone up from 70 to 130. Shorts were getting murdered. He came out and said Etsy was selling counterfeit goods. How in the world can you find a retailer that has thousands of people selling goods through their platform and you found the counterfeit good? Andrew left out of Beverly Hills. He found someone selling a counterfeit T-shirt. He found them. Think about that. They killed the stock down from 130, I think, to 80 or 70 at the time they slaughtered it. Counterfeit. But Andrew left found it. Now, if you think about it, if you say there's no way the short sellers would set up an account and have the guy get approved to list his goods on Etsy and then sell a counterfeit good and then tip off the regulators about it, or someone tip them off about pointing the finger right at that guy, right? You don't think they would do something like that, William, right?
No, they're too good.
1,000% somebody did that. 1,000%. And think about the poor people who work at that company, did nothing wrong. Had their savings, whatever they invested in, get wiped out over Andrew Left's story. And he's crying on Twitter, whatever the hell he was interviewing. Yeah, people are mean to him. You hear me tell you, William, I heard a rumor of this, I heard a rumor of that. That's how Wall Street is. Andrew Left should tell us who told him about the counterfeit T-shirt. Who gave him that story? Let's see what that person did. But they never do.
Don't know.
I'm going off on a tangent. I'm sorry.
No,
I asked Mark Bazile what happened to Igor. He never got the final ruling against him. Hey, anybody on this conference call see the gentleman I blasted with the pickleball yesterday? Did anyone see that photo?
I didn't
It's on
put
Twitter.
It's on Twitter.
I put it up.
No.
If you get a chance, look at it. Just make it bigger. You can actually from the pickleball on his arm. I told you I hit the ball hard. Nothing else. I'm looking through stocks that I follow. GDC down a little bit now. ZJYL. I don't know when they run. TLO doing nothing. KNW, the only stock that has a death spiral note from Lynn Partners. And I'm telling you,
maybe their clients don't want to. They're being investigated. They don't want to be shorting that stock. Maybe.
That's interesting. I didn't think about that. But I'm laughing. Like, who's buying it? Somehow I got this crazy feeling that they paid someone to buy it and they're shorting it.
Well, you're probably right. I'm probably
Remember,
wrong.
if they make $100,000 and they pay out 20, that's the cost of doing business. They make 80.
Right.
They need buyers, and the more they sell at a higher level, that brings up their average sales is what they're looking for.
Right.
Before they go down for the kill, and once they kill it, they'll reverse it. So if they spent $500,000 paying people to buy the stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
The brokers, put their clients into it. They get paid, and and for those who don't believe me, go watch The Wolf of Wall Street. That's how these guys do it. But again, he has a debt spiral note. I put it up every day. Just think about it. If you buy a stock thinking that the company's diabetes, whatever the hell he's working on, is going to be a great product and a great price, you're getting it early.
So
hold your breath and wait till go to a nickel. Then you could say you got in late.
your name, Hunter, is going to put your name on Hunter's Prison's visitor list, even though you never visited a friend of yours 15 times for 10 and a half years. I'm trying to not give you the name of the person, but you already know who it is. Please.
There's a helicopter passing over my head. So I know I didn't visit a friend in prison. I'm sorry. But my friend that's in prison, he had no clout. We were delivering shanks to the other inmates to get him. That's what we were trying to do. We gave them Drano, and we gave them plastic knives to turn into weapons to get that guy, but they never did.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I maybe my meeting will be this afternoon, not this morning. I really thought it was going to be 10:30 to 2 or 3 at night in the afternoon. Well, I'll see.
I saw something interesting yesterday on Twitter. Elon Musk was asking people, would they buy a Tesla cell phone? And he showed the back of the case or whatever it was going to be. And I wrote,
I bet people will.
I wrote yes. And he goes, I'm not collecting data. I just wanted to see what you said, And basically, he's going after Apple Computer.
He's pissed off with that new invasive, I don't know, AI chat thing Apple's doing. So yeah, he's going to go. And X, I guess, is the platform.
Right. Anything he does, I'm with him. I don't think I can make money with him because he's always under attack.
That's it. Hobbs is asking if Biden will pardon his son. That's an interesting thing. He could pardon his son, and then they put Kamala Harris in as the candidate. Because if he pardons his son, he'll never get elected. There's no hope. No hope.
Listen, that guy's brain dead already. Get rid of that guy. It's over with him. I don't know what the scam is with the Democrats are doing, but that guy is washed up. He's basically just walking around like a dead body. He's like a dabber walking around. And they all belong in jail, the Democrats, for parading somebody like that around. Because you know what? I don't want my grandfather walking around doing that where he doesn't know what's going on besides running the country, dictating to millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, what we should be doing. And he's creating laws, giving away them. It's just not right.
It's elder abuse. It's elder.
It is.
Elder abuse.
I don't care about them, but you know what? Put people in there that can make normal decisions. We can't have our military men running around in dresses. We can't have this. We can't have that. It just doesn't work. Look what we got going in Cuba now. The Russians are in Cuba. Like it's no big deal. They might as well let them pull into Fort Lauderdale. What's the difference? Hey, the only good thing about the Russians in Cuba, they're only not that far away from that fat fuck savvy management, Hal Mintz's place in South Beach there on Fisher Island. Very close.
Did they halt
Think
GME?
about that. Hal Mintz. Think about Hal Mintz, naked short selling, stole millions and millions of dollars, gets caught by the SEC, gets caught in a naked short selling scheme, pays his millions of dollars in fees, his attorney fees. And right now he's on the beach laughing, going out to restaurants, laughing with all the stolen money. No big deal.
Is the prediction for your daughter's stock still $50, or could it go higher?
Yes.
Could it go higher?
They said it was going to go higher than that last spike, which I think was 50.
Okay. All the ones you've talked about, that chart looks like it's ready to rock and roll, but who knows? Charts don't mean anything.
So for the people that say that my family owns GDC and we're down $2 in it, $2.20. I don't see, you don't hear me crazy. Tell me to buy this. I hit the button. He didn't do it. He told me what the story was, and I said, I'll take a shot. That's it. That's how it works. When you go to a casino and you go bet $100 on blackjack and you lose, who are you going to blame? You're the one who put the money down. The casino didn't call you up to tell you to come in. That's how it works.
So why is it when these stocks, which no one's ever heard of, start to run, there's no volume? How do you explain that?
Why is it that stocks?
I'll read the question. I'll try not to edit the question. Why is it that when a lot of these no-name stocks run, there is no volume? How do you explain that?
Because whoever's the short is, let's say it's a short wants to cover. When a stock goes from $2 to $6 in one day, all of a sudden the selling comes out of the woodwork, right? That means investors that own it start to sell it, or it brings shorts into it because the stock went a big move too fast, right? So when you're trying to cover a short, you want to make it look like a panic, or the stock is getting a spike like a short's covering, because it brings in sellers. And that's how the shorts cover. And the difference is that in finger motion, when it goes, I believe that everyone here is pretty educated. And, running for the exit up 2 or 3 points, I don't think that's going to happen.
It used to be, James, that the selling would get tired out. It would there'd be a capitulation, they're done. And that's why there'd be very little volume when the stocks went up. Unfortunately, the markets don't work very well anymore.
Right.
It's good to see Ham all hyped up.
I'm always hyped up. It's just that there's some days like, people yell at me if I talk about different stocks, right? But that's what Wall Street's about. I can have opinion about 1,000 different stocks. I really feel strongly about Kodak. I'm not invested in it, but I know the story about the whole, Eastman Kodak was a Dow component, and, they went after that, and, it's got a big short position. My wife told me to shut up. You can tell her. You can yell at me. But, I knew about it from 100. I traded Eastman Kodak.
Is that something unusual?
My wife yells at me all night long. She makes me get in the dog cage at night and feeds me. When are the people going to help me? William, I'm blinking. That means help me.
I'm sure.
She just walked away. My wife is the worst backseat driver. Oh, my God. Turn here. Stop. Slow down. You're too close. Go faster. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God. Every time I drive somewhere with her, I got to bite my tongue the whole ride. That bothers me more than the Kramers and Jeff Easton. Can you imagine?
Let me read it the way it's written. Wouldn't the hedge fund short in all these stocks be going long at the same time? So if the price
if they get caught doing that, you realize they are they're buying stock in a different LLC, let's say, when they get caught, because if a short squeeze goes on to the magnitude that we like to see, the government's going to look into who is buying it, right? Who is
Right.
buying it? Since most of us have been here for a year or so, we have no
Right.
problems. But imagine someone comes in tomorrow and just starts buying the shit out of it, buying calls, this, and they actually have a relationship to eat Jeff Easton. You know, that's going to look like, so basically Jeff Easton's getting long in a different account and defrauding his own prime broker because the prime broker is short. He's blowing him up and he's helping to do it.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I believe they do it. But if they do get caught, you're talking about, besides the other jail sentence you're gonna get more. So why not take the shot? I agree with you. They should be doing it. And we just heard Jeff Easton's friend has been buying the stock. We heard that, right? So that should answer your question.
People are wondering why I'm still sitting here. I haven't heard from the gentleman yet. I expect to anytime. So I'm sure.
And once again, you're meeting the people from Trento Mines, right?
Trento Mine. And
so if anybody who's following
it's going to be a wide-ranging and full, in-depth strategy and next steps, how to get it done type discussion, and it could last for a couple of days. So we'll see. We're not giving up. We're not going to give up.
If Richard Hoffman could do something, we'll be off to the races.
Richard Hoffman is studying puns.
Hey, let's give him credit. At least he's trying.
He is trying. I agree with that. I had a girlfriend who was very trying.
Hey, William, I sent you that Frank Sinatra and Johnny Carson telling the joke about Don Rickles. He was standing right there.
I know that joke. Yeah, that's a good joke.
And if anybody who has never seen it before, I'll just go through it quickly. Frank Sinatra's sitting in a restaurant eating dinner. He's having his espresso, and Don Rickles, for those who don't know, is an old comedian, walks over and says, "Hey, Frank, can you come over? I'm with this beautiful girl. She doesn't believe I know you. Can you stop over and say hello at the table?" Frank Sinatra says, "Yes." He walks over to Don Rickles' table and says, "Hey, Don, nice to meet you." Don, what did he say?
He says, "Hey,
Nice
Frank, not now. Can't you see I'm eating? We're eating."
He goes, "Frank, can't you see I'm with this girl? I'm eating. Get out of here." Frank Sinatra's mouth was open. He couldn't believe it. It's the funniest story on Twitter. I think I retweeted it. It's very funny. For anyone that's over the age of 22, it's something you can show your parents. It's very funny.
Frank was more popular than Justin Bieber.
Oh, goodness. That's all we grew up listening to every day. Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, all these people. Even
I listened to some of the Stones on YouTube. What they sound terrible. They don't sound like rock and roll. They sound like they belong in a home with Joe Biden. It was good. It was all right, but man, it didn't have the same snappy.
Well, what did you want? What did you want? The Hell's Angels at Altamont, where they're coming and beating and stabbing the people at the show?
I just wanted to be young again.
Okay. Well, listen, we can't turn back the clock, so enjoy your day, William. Everyone, we can only do so much. We will get these characters. Listen, it's like, again, I can't talk about GTI because there's no fundamental story to talk about. I can't say anything about it. I don't know what to say. But we've proven that Alpine, the Kramers, they're all criminals. The whole network, the whole thing. Even the government gave us the proof on them. You know, so that's what we can see. That's what we can talk about. And that's why the SEC has never been around these names, because they know discovery is going to be awful. And they don't want anybody to see what the hell we all know already. All right. So who's going to buy the stock? We need if the fundamentals come in, there'll be plenty of buyers in it because the company will have fundamental buyers. if the fundamentals kick in, the shorts, they can't hide this short forever. It's somewhere. Where is it? I don't know who's hiding it, who has it. But they have to close them out. That's how it works. Anything else, William?
No, there's really nothing else. And I don't
No
know what.
buying and finger. Finger Motion has 88,000 shares. I'm going to make the bold prediction. There's probably 15,000 were bought by investors, and the rest is all fake, back and forth.
People are still talking about Barnes and Noble. I don't know. I guess there's some sort of tie-in with GameStop.
I don't know how Barnes and Noble hasn't bought companies from way back when it was a $30 stock. We always said they should have bought some. When they tried to buy Books A Million, it was BAM, BAMM, a long time ago.
Books A Million.
I don't know what happened.
Business.
Yeah, went out of business, right? These companies, for example, look at Peloton. Peloton went to the moon, right? Selling the exercise equipment. They should have bought some sort of technology or something. But they had the stock price $140, whatever, or $200. I forgot how high it went on the squeeze. But they should have did something. Get away from the main part of their business. So if the cycling end dips down, which it did, something else will hold it up. But they didn't do that. Finger Motion, if for those people that don't know, I think there's like 10 avenues of potential major revenue coming in. From data business to top-up business to text messaging, right? Now they're topping up the stations, apps for this, apps for that, data for insurance. I mean, they got cell phone insurance. There's so many different things that they got their fingers in. Once they start to kick in, these things become massive. But of course, Jeff Easton, that he doesn't believe it. He wants to destroy everything they have. Well, if there's nothing else to discuss,
There really
everyone
isn't.
everyone can get off the phone and go watch GameStop and keep themselves. It's like watching a car wreck. I told you before, anyone on this phone who wants to play GameStop, the options expire this Friday. Am I correct, William?
Yeah.
Buy the GameStop 30s, 32s, 34s. Close your eyes. It's either going to be a loser or it's going to go. There you go. And you're involved. You don't have to talk about it. Don't buy the stock. I won't tell you what people I know that do charting believe the stock is going to. They think it's going to 9. But I have no understanding why, but that's where they think the stock is going to. I'm here hoping that you guys all make millions and millions of dollars. I do believe that you can only squeeze something so many times. So, and I think the secondaries is what the death of the stock is. That's what that's what killed this short squeeze. And it's so funny that, William, everybody on this phone, don't dilute it. Don't dilute the company. This company diluted. It's the best thing ever. Now they got money. Well, make up your mind. What do you want? The money or which one do you want? And it's funny how it's now gone to where the company has the money, and now it's a fundamental play. How many companies, William, do you know that actually made the wrong decisions and purchased the wrong technology or something, right? What was it? The Commodore computer, right? Imagine if you bought that company.
Yeah.
Or, things that went out of business.
It's
right?
It's a dog-eat-dog world.
I'm just saying, but we have to, Roaring Kitty said he's betting on Ryan Cohen because he's got his head on his shoulders. He's going to buy a great fundamental company. What is it? I don't know what it is. You got to be careful. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Let's see him do it first. And if he does buy a company, why is the stock going up? He's spending money. The money that you just thought he had, he's spending it for fundamentals. Is the company coming in going to turn GameStop from red to black? I don't know. There's a lot of ifs. Those ifs didn't exist 3 months ago because he didn't raise the money. But now he raised the money. And not only did he raise it not once, but twice. He went from 45 million, and the next time he did 75 million. So he's definitely raising the money, and he's increasing the shares that he's doing it to. No other questions, William?
No. Can you talk
go
about
look.
DJT, or did you already do it?
No, I can talk about it. DJT, there was a filing. The stock was up 2 points yesterday. There was a filing that they registered, I guess Donald Trump and everybody registered to sell 140 million shares. And the shorts, as usual, now selling is bad. GameStop selling is good. DJ selling is bad. They haven't sold, but they registered to sell. Here's the SEC. These guys have to register to sell and tell the world that they might sell. And the shorts take advantage of it. Think about that, how crazy that is. Why do you have to show your card? Well, after you sell it, you have to report it. But why do you need to register it before? It should be already registered. But that's what they make them do. So the shorts start manipulating the stock down because they want the $40 calls, $45s, $50s, $55, $60 calls for this month to expire. That's why they're holding it down. And the company made an awful mistake for registering those things right before option expiration because the stock was trending higher. But when companies that are not Wall Street participants that really don't understand the timing of things do things, that's what happens. Devin Nunes is a politician, and he's not a hedge fund guy. Ryan Cohen is a hedge fund guy. A little different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Cohen knows how to tickle and make a stock squeeze. Devin Nunes only knows how to do things by the books, and that's what he's doing. Well, listen, go to your meeting, touch base. I hope it goes great. And William is actually meeting and trying to help out GTII, meeting the people from Bento Mines. But William, we're considered lazy. We do nothings, but that's what you're doing today. On your time, your dime, where everybody else, including myself, is sitting on their fat asses doing
I don't mind. I'm not playing the martyr. I'm glad to do something.
I'm not saying that. There's people that yell that want us to be their servants. And we actually cannot do that because these are not our company.
I also understand that people are under pressure, but all we can do, the thing is with the stock market, unfortunately, it's just about problem solving each day. You can't woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yesterday, I'd do that in my life. I woulda, coulda, shoulda. Each day, you gotta just, okay, yesterday's done. We got it. What can we do today? And right. you hope tomorrow works out in your favor because in the long run, things even up. The criminals will get their own. They'll get their own. One of them will end up looking like Hunter Biden.
I can tell you that. Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great day. I'll be sitting around checking my computer prices, but there's really, we're waiting for the cut. It's like a chess game. Now it's swing emotions, their move. What are they going to do, right? We know that they have a deal in the works. We know that they have a special dividend that's going forward. The SEC can't stop it. They have to file it. They have to do these things. Maybe, just maybe, they're going to lower it for us, which would be great because that'll put it into play really quick. All right? So let's see what happens there. All right, everyone. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Ham. All right, so it's 12:03. Oh, lucky boy's asleep. Wish I could make him live forever. All right, I guess that's all I have. I'm trying to think if I discussed everything. I'll follow up on everybody that contacted me on on the small gold opportunity. I'll try to do some videos. I think, to Eunice, I actually think the stock that you're looking at looks like the one it might go first. I don't know, but we'll see. They're all down a bit today, and maybe that's just because I came live. I mean, it's not about me. I'm just saying that maybe they attack. They just don't want anything to work. Does anybody want me to talk about MMTLP or no? Yes, no. Yes, no. Give you a second on that question. I made my views clear again that I really think that it's important for each of us to move our shares to AST. And anything else is a distraction, in my opinion. By moving our shares of MMTLP to Nextbridge at AST or in physical hand, we are helping Gregory McCabe. We're helping our own situation. And we are, in essence, getting a blue sheet count that can catch out the system. One thing, I think it was Ocean Sailing pointed out, one reason not to do it is that if you do it, then FINRA's no longer on the hook because you were supposed to, I don't know how the logic works. FINRA was supposed to allow us 2 days of training, and it's my strong belief that that should never come back and won't. But the other part of the deal was that we're able to transfer into shares of Nextbridge. Well, because everyone's just doing nothing, you can still transfer into shares of Nextbridge. Physical shares. And I know that Megatron case and all that, they're saying they're going to honor everything. I don't think they can honor everything. But we haven't tested it. And I don't think you lose anything by moving. In fact, I think you gain a lot. But anyway, I guess some people are still hoping MMTLP will trade. I hope the heck it never. If that happens, we're not going to get much of a return. Is there any news on GTII? You didn't hear? You didn't hear? GTII took a note from a toxic convertible lender when it was pennies a share, and the CEO bought back the note and then tried to do everything he could think of to catch out the Kramers and their clients. And the stock went to $9. It went from pennies to $9. It took about a year. It went up and down, up and down. It gave plenty of chances to trade up and down, up and down, up and down. Then it went to 9, and it was squeezing. One of the tricks they were doing was working. And then the CEO of COSM really outsmarted everybody. And he came in with a company with contracts, just like everyone else. He couldn't raise any money. He couldn't do it. But he came in the middle of the emotions. He was able to get some guys to help him, and he got your money to go over to COSM. He took 35 million out of the market. The squeeze in GTII was over, ended that day, and the selling, the feast of selling, the orgy of selling has continued ever since. Alpine's in trouble. They took over the Kramer's position. Alpine is to be expelled by FINRA, but they have attorneys that have fought it in Florida and DC. They're still waiting on that. And the legal company deal fell through after a year. Trento Mines so far seems to have fallen through. And the stock is back to being only a shell. The CEO has hung on way past his bedtime, and the stock's at 8 cents. That's the news. I'm going to go meet. I thought it was this morning, but at some point today, tonight, tomorrow, anytime, basically, I'm going to meet with the Trento guys and see if we can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. But I know the main news in GTII is the hedge funds who are clients of the front, who is Kurt Kramer, are selling. And their goal is to get it to 3 cents, to get it maybe to a penny, to sell or box it. What they're doing. But we're fighting back. We have a lawsuit pending, and we're not going to quit. Thank you for asking. Yeah, finger trades by appointment, real trades. I don't know if you're talking about my video. I did a video last night because I saw 2 or 3 thoughts on Twitter. And my goal is to get people to move shares of Nextbridge, MMTLP, to move them. And that's what I talked about in the video. I mentioned a lot of people in the video, a lot of them, a lot of names. One individual has taken it to mean, I don't know, I think in a very narcissistic way, that it's all about him. It wasn't. It really wasn't. I don't even know who he is. I don't know his real name. I don't think anybody knows what his real name is. But I think what will come next, Mexican and Nuna, is there will be, apparently, I received an ultimatum. I didn't read the ultimatum. I could see the first line of it. I guess there's going to be a space call, and it's going to try to make me, I guess it's going to diminish me and try to devalue me so that you don't listen to my advice. Well, that's fine. You don't have to listen to my advice. You can listen to theirs. But I would argue that if there's a space call to discuss whether or not MMTLP should remain in your brokerage account, or if you should transfer it to Nextbridge. If it discusses anything else, if it's about me, they're just manipulating you. They're just trying to control the narrative. Nextbridge shares will benefit from a lawsuit that might win. You don't have the money to fight it. I don't either. And get a return for a short squeeze. Nextbridge will get paid. For unjust trading and what other fees come, Nextbridge will get it too. If there's a settlement and they owe money, Nextbridge will get it too. Pain and suffering, Nextbridge will get it too. There's no negative to moving your shares to Equinity or whatever it's called. If you stay in MMTLP, Nextbridge has management. I'd say a world-class team. They have assets worth $250 a share, maybe more. I can run through that. They have standing in lawsuits and for the harms that have happened to all of us. Nextbridge could pay dividends over time or distributions from lawsuits. They can have growth in operations and the NAV while we wait. The answer is no to all of these under MMTLP, except for standings in lawsuits. But I put a question mark here because you're leaving it to the chance of whatever lawyer files a class action suit, whatever jurisdiction, whatever the overpaid lawyers come up with, taking a big chance. The argument in the Twitter yesterday was, what if, the question was, and that's why I did the video, what if your shares of MMTLP start trading and you've moved your shares to ASD? You won't be able to trade. That's just not true. It's just not true. It's not true from every way you look at it. MMTLP will not start trading. And if you're still listening to that, you're going to lose money. It will not start trading. How many more days do you need to know that it's not going to start trading? We're at 600 now. Do you need to go to 1,200 days? But if for some reason it did start trading, it would have to go through an SEC process. I'm sure of it. It'd have to go through the current computerized systems that exist. unless they set up Bob's brokerage firm and hire a bunch of people to sit there in church tables and chairs. It's not, so it's going to take time, and it's going to be shown to the daylight to the world. And if for some reason it were to trade, I mean, there's a little bit of an assumption here, but I am certain that they would open that opportunity either just to your Nextbridge shares or let you transfer back to MMTLP for whatever really illogical reason you do that. The point is they want you to leave your shares at MMTLP. Well, what's running? The clock's running. The more you don't ask for your shares, remember the trade station lawsuit was all about the plaintiff asking for their shares and never receiving them if you don't ask. If we get our shares over to AST, we help Greg McCabe. He has his share. He can go before Congress. MMTLP right now gives you the illusion of value. But once the bus is full with Nextbridge, which it looks like it's never going to be because people are listening, there's a lot of lethargy. But let's say it's never full. Let's say it gets to 85, 90% full. That'll be enough. But it's Wall Street. At some point, Wall Street won't be able to hide the hundreds of millions of shares sold that don't exist. All right, I'm going to have to. All right, I'll try to show you. This is Anthony Bird. Okay, let me show you. You miss those days? Well, Mr. Shabazz, every single video I ever did is still on YouTube. You can go back and rerun them all. And by the way, it never was the only focus. So you're just trying to rewrite history. When you say Nextbridge will get all the hypothetical dollars, do you mean 5 people sitting all this help who've been cheated and robbed? All right, Anthony, what's the cheated part? What's the cheated part? The cheated part I'm trying to remember the dates. I think, Anthony Boyd, the cheated part that you're talking about is on Thursday, the 8th. That's the last day you could trade the stock for settlement. I think it was on the 12th, Monday. Anyway, this was the last day you could trade it ex-dividend. You know, that's the wrong word, but ex-dividend, you know, for sure. Then I decided to halt trading. And then, of course, in the lawsuit that I've read to you, that on that I believe on the 9th, but it might be over here on the 12th. That there were trades that started at 2,400 a share, and those apparently those trades settled. The money was transferred in, and then they did the U3 halt, and the money was taken out of those accounts. So what you missed out on was a short squeeze. Now, no one's entitled to a short squeeze. No one's entitled to it. That's a lineup of demand, emotion, being trapped, surprise. That's hard to recreate. But what you were entitled to is the trading days on Friday the 9th and Monday the 12th. But you know what? The markets are controlled by a self-regulatory organization called FINRA and the SEC. They stopped trading. They took it away. That's not coming back. Now, that was the one side. By the way, those trades you would make, you'd have to do them short settlement to make sure because on the 8th, that was the ex-dividend date. After the 8th, or maybe it's the 9th. I'm getting confused on my dates. But after the 8th, if you traded it, you would not get Nextbridge shares. You would if you traded it on the 8th. So unless on Friday and on Monday you did short settlement, you were going to get, Anthony, you were going to get one share of Nextbridge for every share of MMTLP. That's what Wall Street owed you. And we can pretend now that Wall Street's not able to deliver those shares to us. And therefore, each of us can hope that we're somehow in the wronged victim category. Which I think we'll find out a lot of people are. But until you ask for your shares, you don't know that you can't get your shares. So what's the only way of finding out if the system can give you your shares? You have to ask for them. You have to move to AST. Now, if you move to AST and you get your Nextbridge shares, do you give up your right to claim that you were cheated of 2 days trading? No, you don't give that up. I'm not sure you can argue you were robbed, because the halt was done by FINRA. And unless you were one of those people who received money in your account and it settled and then they reversed it, that would be an argument for being robbed. But as far as how you didn't put in any trades, so I don't know how you could have been robbed. Now, you paid money to buy shares like I did. You probably didn't pay more than I did. And what Wall Street owed you is 1 share of Nextbridge for 1 share of MNTLP. They stopped trading, but that's their prerogative. I think there's a good case in the legal system if you have the money. I don't know if you're going to finance it for everybody, but if you have the money, if you can get past the arbitration clause, I think there's a good argument that people were cheated out of 2 days trading. That is going to go to a legal route. And I think the settlement on that portion of it could be very large, but it's going to take a long, long time. It's already taken 600 days. In terms of being robbed, you haven't been robbed of anything yet. As long as you get your shares in Nextbridge, you're not robbed. Now, not everybody can get shares of Nextbridge, but it's like going into a, I don't know, going into a movie theater with your girlfriend and she has a purse, and the maintenance comes in and says, could you move from this seat over to that seat? We need this as whatever. We need it as an exit. And you leave, and she leaves her purse in her seat. And now she's complaining that she's been robbed of her purse. She can get up and go get her purse. You can get up and go get your shares in Nextbridge, which are valuable. They're valuable. So, hypothetical dollars. Yeah, the dollars are hypothetical. The dollars are hypothetical at this point. There's 104 broker dealers who have made no attempt to resolve anything. Nothing. Congress hasn't. The SEC hasn't. Your broker dealer hasn't. Nobody. So it's all hypothetical now. I don't think the stock will trade. But and now you're casting aspersions at the 5 people sitting on the board of directors. Let's see who those 5 are, if there are 5. I'm not at all sure that's true, but let's find out. The thieves here were your friends. The thieves were not management of Nextbridge. Okay, so let's see management. Let's go through the team quickly. You've got Greg McCabe. Greg McCabe brings 40 years of experience to Nextbridge, and he's also spent those years working with the geologist Rich Masterson. Greg was extremely active in the early development of the Wolfbone play. Maybe it was Rich Masterson also. The way it's written, it's not clear. In the Delaware Basin portion of the Permian Basin. The experience and knowledge learned in the Wolfbone play helped formulate McCabe and Masterson's theories and concepts regarding the Oro Grande Basin. In 1984, McCabe formed McCabe Petroleum Corporation, which he owns and manages today. McCabe has active ownership in several other oil and gas entities. All right, then you have the CFO, Roger N. Wordle. He's an experienced financial executive who has served as CFO for several public companies and private companies over his career. He has a broad range of experience in public accounting, corporate finance, and executive management. He's been responsible for financial and SEC compliance reporting for several companies. And mainly, this has occurred in the oil and gas space. He was CFO of Torchlight Energy Resources until the company entered a merger transaction in June 2021, obviously with MMAT. He has been engaged to date as a consultant to Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. So he's not on the board. Edward Pocock, non-employee director. We have a director. Mr. Pocock is a long-time shareholder. He's a U.S. Air Force veteran and public servant with expertise in governmental relations. He's a retired 25-year veteran of law enforcement in the state of Connecticut, commanding both patrol and detective divisions of the department before retirement. During Mr. Pocock's tenure in law enforcement, he gained extensive investigative experience in a multitude of disciplines, including the investigation of embezzlement, theft, and the misapplication of funds, which is what you're accusing him of in your intemperate post. Administratively, Mr. Pocock upheld high ethical standards in police evidence room practices, developing auditing procedures to meet and exceed strict state compliance standards. Additionally, he provided counsel on multiple database development projects for the state and national incident reporting system. Mr. Pocock received a BS degree from the Florida Institute of Technology, an MS from the University of Louisville, and holds a Six Sigma Black Belt from Villanova University. Robert Lancecook, non-employee director. Robert Lancecook spent 36 years at Shell Oil with final positions of Vice President of Wells Technology and Chief Scientist. Mr. Cook has extensive experience in deep water, Arctic, and unconventional, which is what this is, research and operations. Mr. Cook is the founder and CEO of Adventure Global Technology, a joint venture between Shell and Halliburton. Cook has served as the COO of Cirrus Well Manufacturing, a joint venture between Shell and CNPC, China National Petroleum Corporation, and is a technologist with an extensive patent portfolio. Since retiring from Shell in 2016, Mr. Cook has served as Vice President of Production Operations for Wells X Inc., and he founded and continues to serve as President and CTO for Sage Geosystems Inc. That's the board of directors. That's Pocock, Cook, and apparently McCabe, I assume. He doesn't say it here, but I assume. So that's 3 directors. It's not 5 sitting around a room. And you're accusing them of something that you've created in your mind, which I don't know why you create that. But I just read their bona fides, and I think all these men sound quite. 1, 2 directors. There was a woman, but I don't see her name anymore. So maybe something happened. I don't know. Now let's go to your other accusations. How does all of this help us? Well, you've given very careful thought to that question, I can tell. Let's go over on the last day of trading where you could get the distribution was the Thursday, the 8th. On the 9th, it traded without that distribution, and on the 12th. So in order to qualify, you would have to do a short settlement. The idea is there was going to be a short squeeze. That I believe, but that was stopped. Wall Street stopped it. Now, the theory out there is that if you hang on to MMTLP, you can put it to FINRA, put it to the SEC, and put it to the system to get some massive payout. I haven't seen any evidence that that approach has been successful so far. I'm not giving up. I do think we've made progress, and people much smarter than I, much harder working than I, have created windows of opportunity. But I did not say, Anthony, that Nextbridge would get all of these hypothetical dollars. I did not say, Anthony, that Nextbridge would get all of the hypothetical dollars. Anthony, I did not say that Nextbridge would get all of the money. I did not say that. Pretty much, Anthony, these are your players. You've got Nextbridge Hydrocarbons, you've got MMTLP, you've got Flame On and MMAT. You've got these regulators, and you have us, the investors. The criminals are the hedge funds, the prime broker, the market makers, the broker dealers, and there may be others, the LLCs, and the racketeering colluders and traders. Now, they attacked Torchlight. They attacked MMAT. Apparently, they sold into existence as much as 1 billion shares that didn't exist. They destroyed Torchlight Energy. This project is the exact project Torchlight had, but they destroyed the company. They were able to create cash coming into their prime brokerage accounts by selling stock that didn't exist. And they were hoping that Torchlight would go into bankruptcy or go into seller boxed or do a reverse split and come back to the pimp again, and that they could just take that money out of the market for free. They hire people, attack dogs, they pay it. There's a lot of money. There's lawyers. I left lawyers off of here. Anyway, what what Torchlight did, they still had the Oro Grande asset. They still had Rich Masterson. They found a company, MMAT, a great company, to reverse merger into Torchlight to get some value out of that shell. Well, turns out the big blob of shorts could just be moved over in MMAT. Any positive that came of that move got destroyed by further selling, coordinated and in collusion. And they had all the nattering people pushing and being paid for to post and all that. But the fact was they destroyed MMAT, destroyed it. One thing, either by accident, maybe by good fortune or planned, is MMAT did not want the Oro Grande. They were a Canadian company, high technology, with technologies to revolutionize EV batteries, for example. Shorts didn't care about that. Your friends. But they distributed Oro Grande as MMTLP. And I got to remember the name. Meta. I can't remember what MMTLP stands for. Meta Materials. What's the T? Meta Materials, MMTLP, limited partner. I don't know. Torchlight. Meta Materials, Torchlight, limited partner, whatever it stands for. So they distributed MMTLP, and this was something shorts couldn't deliver. Your friends, they couldn't counterfeit it. They couldn't sell it into existence. They couldn't hide that they owed it to the system. So what they did is they took data from filings and they created, with help from offshore, they created a trading vehicle called MMTLP. They took data, filed it, stole that data, got the stock trading with the approval of the SEC, as I understand it. And then they proceeded to counterfeit, sell into existence shares that didn't exist, taking investors' money, putting it with prime brokers, not settling trades. And so their only thing they needed to do then to collect what could be hundreds of millions of dollars, they had only three main targets. One is drive the stock down to next to nothing. Then the maintenance requirements at the prime brokers would disappear. They can get the cash, or most of it. Get the company to do a deal with them, preferably, but get them to do a reverse split to stay on the NASDAQ. That embarrassment of a firm that Adina Friedman runs. Then let's say they did 100 for 1. They could take 99% of their money out because there's no more maintenance requirement. They and Wagman doesn't care. And they're heroes. They're winners. The other thing they could do is continue to short MMTLP in the public markets. If the stock were to run up and the markets caught wind of this, and let's say it went to $8, I think there were some real sellers too, because they judged the situation better. But they could start manipulating, making phone calls to FINRA and SEC. They could have their high-priced lawyers call in. And so if the stock were to get to $8, $11, $10, $12, they just keep selling, driving it down, and they could push for a trading hall. Well, I think they did all three. They got the trading hall. They paid off lawyers. They paid off professors. It looks like I think they've got lobbyists into Congress. They clearly have paid for a group of fudsters and bullies that attack both with smiles, but also are not afraid to attack with threats. Everything run the gamut to manipulate the result. And the one result is do not allow MMTLP ever to have any value. Stall for time, put it in the legal system, and bury it. Because they can then take, and I'm sure they've been able to take, because the stock no longer trades, they've been able to argue with the prime broker, probably. I don't know for sure. They can get that capital because they've got other companies to destroy. Well, people have been fighting back on that. 65,000. So your point, Anthony, is that the dollars are hypothetical. They are hypothetical. At best I can see, the SEC, FINRA, and the DTC have no intention of settling. I left Congress. Congress has no intention. The hedge funds, the prime brokers, the market makers, broker dealers have no intention. Flame on hired Wes Christian. MMAT now I think is pretty much out of this case. Why? Because Greg McCabe covered the debt. Nextbridge has fulfilled its obligation. And I think Nextbridge is out of this situation too. Nobody, Anthony, has come forward with money. Now, if you go into the legal system, you've got to quantify it. No one has shown that the system cannot deliver shares. In fact, I understand the system, AST, is saying now we can meet every share that's delivered. I don't believe it, but why not say it? Because if they go into court, they're going to say, hey, we made it available. No one took it. And that's not a bad argument. Now, I'm gonna move on from your aspersions against what seemed to be a group of honorable men. I also will point out to you that the largest shareholder in Nextbridge is the CEO. So if he's going to sit around a board of directors and cheat shareholders, he's going to cheat himself. I will also point out that CEOs and board of directors operate under strict ethical rules. And if they violate it, they go to jail, unlike your friends who counterfeit shares and collude and attempt to put fear into investors' trading decisions. Now, your question implies that what I was saying is not going to help anyone that, as you put it, got cheated or robbed. Well, unless you don't get your shares of Nextbridge, you haven't been robbed yet. If you don't go get your shares and get rejected, you haven't been robbed yet. That the court system will recognize. I mean, you can argue in a group You want to be a pack of victims. As a group, everyone got robbed. That shows a great fealty to the group, and I commend you for it. But let's quickly talk about how much Nextbridge is worth. I've been given oil in the ground numbers recoverable anywhere from 5.2 billion barrels to as high as 13 billion barrels. I reviewed the original Torchlight material, and I think it was 2 billion something to 3.7 billion. I don't really have time to find it because I don't know where I put it. I'm trying to think. But it was something like 2.2 billion barrels recoverable to maybe as high as 5.7 or 3.7. Let's just use 2.2 billion barrels recoverable. I guess we'll say oil equivalent, but it's basically oil. So it's 2.2 billion barrels recoverable. Now, I would argue, Anthony, that the system owes us whatever the settlement is based on 165 million shares total, not, in other words, non-diluted. But we now know that the company has somewhere, to my memory, I'm not far off, $260 million shares outstanding. Let's go with this bigger number as a way of being conservative. Remember, I'm taking less than half, well less than half of 13 million, less than half of 11 billion, 13 billion, but less than half of 5.7 billion, which was the top end of the range. But I'm taking the low end of the range that I remember, 2.2 billion barrels of oil equivalent. I'm ignoring natural gas. I'm ignoring the value of any water they have or water disposal wells, and just focusing on the recoverable oil. So let's, Anthony, divide $2.2 billion. We'll divide that by 260 million shares. $8.46 barrels of oil. Recoverable, that was what the presentation said. Per share. 8.46 barrels of oil recoverable per share. Now, how long does it take? What's the cost of lifting? For July, $78. Oil is $78. I'm going to say finding and lifting costs and all that. I mean, it should decline over time. Maybe $20, but let's call it $28. Let's call it $28. So net to per share, $50. That's $423 a share. Now, you're going to have a present value of that, of course. You're going to have the fact that it's probably larger than 2.2 billion barrels recoverable. You're going to have all sorts of uncertainty. So this is all back of the envelope. But I tried to use the lowest numbers. I used the maximum amount of shares. I just used WTI, just WTI. And I think I used a high cost of finding and lifting the oil. It could be wrong. But you've got $423 a share. $423 a share in value. So take half of that. Call it $200 a share. The way that you can create value, Anthony, the way you can create value, wealth for yourself, get your shares. They're worth $200 each. On the back of an envelope calculation, we don't know for sure. They're worth $200. So how are you robbed if you turn in your MMTLP and you're given from Nextbridge the shares you deserve? Now let's talk about the system. You're casting aspersions at Nextbridge, I guess, to cause fear. Nextbridge was required to transfer one share to the DTC/transfer agent per one share of MMTLP. Nextbridge did that. They did that. So they didn't cheat you. They didn't rob you. Nextbridge didn't cheat you or rob you. In fact, since then, they've put money in to increase ownership of Oro Grande to 100%. They've drilled wells. They've done some trading in Louisiana to increase the value. But Matt, you're accusing the board of cheating. You don't know what you're talking about. Now, the system clearly has a problem. Otherwise, they would have automatically distributed Nextbridge shares to each person. They might have allowed trading. So somewhere between the DTCC, your broker, the prime broker, the hedge funds, the LLCs, the criminals, there's extra shares that don't exist, and you've paid for them. That's where the reckoning needs to come. Well, we've asked for the blue sheets. They're not forthcoming. We asked for a voluntary audit, and they've made some progress on that. But what could be better than moving our shares of Nextbridge to the transfer agent so that Greg McCabe has 165 million shares allocated and spoken for. Then when he goes in to Congress, he goes into negotiations, he can show that there was in fact harm. He can show there was in fact fraud. He can show there was in fact, as you put it, cheating and robbing. But now they can't prove it. So the best way, I think, Anthony, for you, if in fact you own any shares of Nextbridge, the best way for you to get your value is to convert to Nextbridge shares. Okay, another thoughtful presentation here. It's been nearly 2 years. It's not true. It's a year and a half. It was, if you, I don't know, if you do the arithmetic and you count from December 12th, let's say, it's December 9th. We've had 1 year comes to December 9th, right? Let's call it December 11th. Today is June 11th. So it's a year and a half. It's not nearly 2 years. It's a year and a half. This company isn't paying what? Shite to investors. It has nothing to do with the company, Anthony. It has nothing to do with the company. The company is fighting in a very difficult time. Your buddies want to destroy companies so that they have to come to the market for money. When they come to the market for money, it's at tiny per share prices, and any value that's added is added at minuscule per share numbers. That's you all's goal. Well, the company's fighting. And I think I just went through to show you that the company has asset value. But what they need to do is drill wells, and they're going to drill 5 more wells and complete them by the end of the year. They've drilled shallow wells, and they have enough cash flow to pay overhead. They shouldn't distribute that. They should not distribute that. Why? Because they're on the hockey stick side of proving up their value. So you make a not for nothing statement that this company isn't paying something to investors. That's just to scare people. It's also a lie, Anthony. It's manipulative, and you're trying to get people to not act, to be frozen in fear. Thank you, Eunice. I still haven't gotten a call, so maybe I could have waited till after lunch. Ready to go. $2.50 a share growth. The CEO won't even come out and comment on what they're doing to clear this mess up. Their CFO won't push out anything. Why should we have any faith in the company? Well, you're being a complete jerk. You know that because you're trying to scare people. If your logic is that the best way is to get something for the money you put up is to stay in MMTLP because you're arguing the CEO won't even come out and comment, let's go over that, Anthony. It's a pretty serious charge that you're making. I'm at the Nextbridge website. On December 20th, 2022, the company announced Nextbridge Hydrocarbons announces completion of spinoff from Metamaterials. On December 27, 2022, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon Inc. announces merger agreement and January 23, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons Inc. announces filing of registration statement of Form S1. February 16, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons Inc. provides statement regarding its spinoff. On February 27, 23, Nextbridge provides operational update. May 16, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons acquires remaining working interest in the Oro Grande project. June 21, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons names McCabe as board chairman. July 26, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons Inc. announces filing of registration statement on Form S1 to benefit existing shareholders that have or will register their stock directly with the company's transfer agent. August 3, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons provides answers to frequently asked questions from its subscription rights offering. They're trying to offer value to shareholders. August 9, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon announces debt to Meta Materials has been purchased by Gregory McCabe, increasing the value of Nextbridge, removing a debt obligation, the chains of debt, and yes, increasing Greg McCabe's ownership. October 13, 2023, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons enters into participation agreement to fund Johnson Prospect. January 19, 2004, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon announces preliminary results of Johnson Prospect drilling program. February 8, 2024, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon provides updates on registration statements. February 8, 2024, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons releases statement. February 21, 2004, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon releases statement regarding Equinity share transfer procedures. April 1, 2024, Nextbridge Hydrocarbon announces transactions. April 16, 2024, Nextbridge reports activity update. June 3rd, 2024, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons announces Cordax settlement. Let's just pick a recent one. I'll pick the activity update. Closing of another agreement, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to the bottom. Contact Denard Lescar, Investment Relations. So we got to go in the middle. Chairman and CEO Greg McCabe stated, quote, as part of our ongoing commitment to re-envisioning our business model, we continue to pursue development and sale opportunities which diversify our economic operations. This in the implementation of this mission. We are truly excited about this transaction, and we look forward to updating our shareholders with much more in the weeks and months to come, unquote. So the CEO won't even come out and comment. I just went through 2 dozen press releases and news releases to shareholders. Remember, Anthony Bird, unlike your friends who collude in the dark and collude at bars and whisper and use WhatsApp and then sell and it can mislead people like you're trying to do. CEOs have to do things to every investor all at once. They can't come out and comment without doing it in the form of a press release. Here they are. I'm going to guess that was, well, let's add them up. Let's not make up a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 news releases since the end, the last week of December in 2022. Now, when did trading halt in MMTLP? Oh, it was just, that's right. It was December 9th, 2022. So Nextbridge immediately, within the fortnight, put out its first announcement. And they've had 18 cents. So your first part of your comment is a complete falsehood, Anthony. Greg McCabe now, but the CEO, I don't remember the name then, did come out. What are they doing to clear this mess up? Well, one of the things, Anthony, that the CEO did is ask all shareholders in MMTLP to move MMTLP to Nextbridge, to the transfer agent, so Nextbridge has a record of who their shareholders are, has the flexibility to negotiate with Congress and journalists and with the criminals, if so be it. Your argument is we should do nothing. Well, one thing that CEO came out that they are doing to clear this mess up is to give an incentive to shareholders to move over. My understanding now is the SEC has denied that particular incentive. And I'm struggling to remember the rationale, but it made sense when I heard it. But believe you me, that created a at least conceptual obligation of follow through that I believe Nextbridge will offer rewards to people that move over. But even if they don't, the biggest reward are three. One, it puts power in Greg McCabe's hand. Two, you get a share count without the blue sheets. And three, we trap your friends on Wall Street. You remove the canard that this is a bad company. The CFO won't push out anything. What does that mean? What does that mean? The CFO won't push out anything. Obviously, Anthony, you're close to the company and you've thought about it a lot. You know that the university lands wells. There's something in the tax consequences of production that Nextbridge has been requested not to produce, or they've made that decision. Now, someone as completely negative as you, which you might be right, that's my bias. I understand that oil and gas is difficult. I understand that it has many personalities and it does have tax consequences. If they were to start producing those wells, it would increase the value and create some sort of tax obligation. I'm not an accountant, before they're ready to handle it. Number one. Number two, if you produce wells in Texas, you got to give it to the Railroad Commission. Anybody can see it. Greg McCabe wants to create value for shareholders. So Greg McCabe wants to make sure that these holds are tight. They're tight. The information's tight. Now, where you can get confidence that the wells are valuable to some extent is they drilled 5, then 5 more, and I understand 5 more. They're on 15. They got 5 more to drill. So that'll be 20. If I'm wrong, it's 15. But regardless, you don't drill wells and continue to drill them if they're unsuccessful. You don't do it. It's too much money. So the fact that they increased ownership to 100%, the fact that they're drilling additional wells, the fact that the seismic is showing, and apparently the deep wells are showing, that they have another huge bench potential of oil. These are all indications of success. Why would the company not have their CFO, as you so eloquently describe it, push out anything? They don't want the information out there on the wells. They don't want production because they want to acquire more acreage, which they've done. And if I were in their shoes, I would be wanting to rapidly, at some point, prove up my reserves and the ball game. But I don't understand the tax reason enough to tell you when they'll start producing. They did produce in the shallow zones, so that gives some cash flow while they fight your friends so they can cover overhead. Brilliant. Greg McCabe used his ability and John Berta's ability to find deals in southern Louisiana, which, by the way, are company maker type wells. One of those working can change a company, even if you only have a small percentage. What they did is they bought their interest, sold it, kept the rights to an override, and kept some of the rights. Each one is different. So other people's money will drill the wells if it works. They have a home run, but they got cash. You know what they're going to use the cash for, Mr. Boyd? They're going to drill the 5 wells that holds the leases, just like the shallow did, holds the leases. They're going to drill those wells before the end of the year and complete them. It's all good news. It's all good news. Doesn't mean that the end results are going to be the kind of thing for sure that are going to give the high numbers. We don't have an engineering report, but the indications are good. Why should we have any faith in this company? Number one, it wasn't the company that put it, it was your friends that put everybody in this mess. It wasn't the company. But there's a few reasons to have faith. It's not Gus Fliakos. It's anyway, the oil and gas analyst at Oppenheimer. He used to say, first there were the dinosaurs. Well, the oil was there, I guess, in the Permian, and or that's where the trap is. It could have been older, I suppose. The oil was there under Torchlight as you and your friends destroyed Torchlight. So that's one of my reasons you should have faith. The people who just went out and got the acreage, the people who conceptualized the theory, Rich Masterson, the original investors, John Berta, all of them did not quit. They believe what they have in the Oro Grande. They have not quit. They had to fight you and your friends, and it's been a long fight. I lost money in it, but they're still here. And the reason for non-discovery of oil was the thieves on Wall Street, the counterfeiting of shares, the destruction of the share value of Torchlight. Now, there was also the fact that oil collapsed during the shutdown. There were some other things, but it was from the financial side they got destroyed, not from drilling. Not from drilling. And okay, second thing, they own 75% of the Oro Grande. Well, since McCabe came in, they increased that to 100%. If the Oro Grande were something not to have some faith in, why would they increase it to 100%? They've drilled 20 wells, as I've explained, or 15, whatever the number is. But they continue to drill. If 2 wells failed, they might have drilled a third. But I think if 3 failed, that would have been probably it. It'd be hard to raise more money. It'd be hard to argue. But the wells they're drilling are confirming their seismic. It's confirming Masterson's model of the reserves potential. It's all potential right now. So that gives you something, but it takes time, and you're a young man, so you're not used to waiting, but you'll get there. If you live long enough, you'll find out that life is about waiting. You'll also find out to show respect to people rather than arrogantly accusing them, the board members. Where the theft came here is from your friends in Torchlight, MMAT, and fraudulently creating MMTLP, sold billions, that's the number I've heard, billions of shares of non-existent stock to purloin cash out of the market. And you're accusing others? The reason I would have faith in this company is that they have a good team together. They are drilling. They know how to do the operations. And the exciting part is ahead. You guys have done everything you can do to delay proving whether or not Torchlight had 3, 5, 7 billion barrels of oil recoverable. You've done everything you could. And here we are 15 years later, and we're on the verge of it. We're on the verge of it. I think there's a lot of reason to stay in the company. Now, implied in your question is the best way to get recompenses to stay in MMTLP. Let's go through your logic. If you truly believe that the company is worthless, then MMTLP is worthless. So if you're arguing that you can't trust the exemplary management, you can't trust the rocks that they've been working on for 20 years, you can't trust the oil and gas industry, you can't trust the integrity of their finances and their financial system, you're saying, why should we have any faith? You're basically saying the company's not worth anything. Okay, let's accept that. Then why is MMTLP worth a thing? It won't be worth any. If Nextbridge is worth nothing, as you're implying, MMTLP is worth nothing. My argument is Nextbridge is worth a lot. I think it's worth over $1,000 a share in a settlement, $1,150. But I didn't use those numbers now. Tried to be conservative. But if Nextbridge is worth something, then it pulls MMTLP along with it because Wall Street owes you that conversion. And that's when you get the big money. But if your argument is Nextbridge isn't worth anything, well, that conversion is going to be for nothing. And if people sit in MMTLP and Nextbridge is worth nothing, they get nothing. Okay. What if they sit in MMTLP and Nextbridge proves to be worth thousands of dollars a share? Well, then your argument is Wall Street is going to pay off. I hope that's your argument. Because look what Nextbridge is worth. We got robbed and cheated. But when? When are they going to pay off? When are they going to pay off? They're going to pay off after Nextbridge drills, proves out its properties. The lawyers get an engineering report which shows that on a per share basis, this bloody stock's worth $2,000 a share. All of a sudden, the prime brokers will be scrambling to write a check for MMTLP. Now, wait a minute. How did that value get created? It got created because the good people, the talent at Nextbridge, proved up the Oro Grande. Now, is Wall Street going to come in over the value that management created per share or under? I'll leave you thinking on that question. The value is created by Nextbridge, not by MMTLP. Okay, let's talk about lawsuits. In come the high-priced attorneys defending the criminals, and we come in with we'll pay the hard costs, we'll split the recovery 60-40 attorney who doesn't really believe in the case anyway. And we fight, and on the high-priced attorney side, on the other side, they're going to argue, here's what they're going to argue, Anthony, and you know this already because you've been paid to understand this. They're going to argue, well, Mr. Ferrand didn't ever ask for his stock. Your Honor, we don't owe him anything. If he had asked, we would have given it to him. But he never asked. We stood ready and willing to give Mr. Ferrand his shares. You know what? You might as well close the courthouse door. You might as well walk out. The judge is going to say, Mr. Ferrand, is it true that you never asked for those shares? Well, Your Honor, I heard on Twitter that I didn't have to. All I had to do was leave my stock at MMTLP. Well, that's not the question I asked you, Mr. Ferrand. Did you, in fact, fail to ask for your shares in Nextbridge? Well, yes, Your Honor, I didn't do it. Well, Mr. Ferrand, how do you know that your broker dealer couldn't deliver those shares? Are you making an allegation that your broker dealer did not give you shares, but you never asked for them, so you don't know? Well, yes, Your Honor, that's my accusation. I'd like to see counsel in my chambers. And it's over. It's over. So that advice, Anthony Bird, to stay in MMTLP is in all situations a loser. Now, here's the one. There's two situations where it seems to make some sense to say in MMTLP. One is if Congress will do something, if Gary Gensler will do something, if Robert Cook will do something, if our broker dealers will do something, if we write some more letters, we're going to get a settlement. So the one argument is if you got a settlement, it would be cash and would be paid out more quickly than if you owned Nextbridge. All right, let's break that down. Where are you going to get your settlements? Where are you going to get? Possibly a lawsuit that says you should have gotten a short squeeze. I think that's a non-starter. I don't think there's a judge or a court that's going to give proceeds of a short squeeze. I think 2,400 is achievable because those were trades that went off. That's a big number if that gets proven. Pain and suffering, fraud, all these things, civil, criminal, all of this. You have to puncture the arbitration clause, which no one's successfully done. But that, to my knowledge, but you could get settlements, various settlements for lawsuits. Now, Anthony Bird, the single largest shareholder of MMTLP and of Nextbridge, as I understand it, is Greg McCabe, and the team are the largest shareholders. If you don't trust them, trust this. They're going to go with their own best interests. And since we're shareholders, since we are shareholders, their best interest is our best interest. I think any settlement, they're going to require that it applies to everybody, Nextbridge and MMTLP. So I think legal distributions will be made in size, and it will go to MMTLP. It'll also go to Nextbridge as a form of dividend to each of us. You could say, oh, that's never going to happen. But let me look at the other part of that argument. The only way you're going to get a big number in a settlement with MMTLP is if you can prove financial harm. Other than finding an attorney, and I think Mark Bazile is willing to do it, to argue that $2,400 number, you're not going to find harm if you don't request your shares of Nextbridge. Mark Bazile is representing an investor who requested their shares of Nextbridge and didn't get them. That's harm. If you haven't requested, there's no harm. Now, the idea that FINRA owes 2 days of trading, I agree with that. But that, to me, is in the category of tobacco litigation, asbestos litigation. It'll take years. So, Anthony, I mean, that's your choice. You want to wait for that. Go ahead. It might happen, might not. In the meantime, you run the risk of being shut out from Nextbridge. Nextbridge has the Oro Grande project. They are drilling 20 wells and the shallow. They are exposed to wells in southern Louisiana, and they're not finished. They just settled with Codex, so they probably can go get additional financing. They're going to be drilling. They're going to be producing at some point, and they will probably be paying dividends. You're not going to get any of that if you're an MMTLP. None of it. None of it. You may get, because of a lawsuit, you may get a facsimile of that. It'll have to be duped out in court. They'll have the high price attorneys. You'll have the attorney that doesn't really believe in your cause. And both sides will just go to settlement. The lawyers will take 40%, and you are going to be left with less, I think, than if you had invested in Nextbridge. But it's sitting right there to take it, Anthony. So I'll see your other questions. Let me go with one last thing. You say, why should we have any faith in this company? Well, you bought the shares. You bought MMTLP. You're in it, boy. You're in it, boy. What, you want to go back and undo it? Stewie Griffin has a time machine. Go back and undo it. You can't undo it. So you're in it. So now that means your argument is it's better to stay in MMTLP than go into Nextbridge. I'm telling you, if you have no faith in Nextbridge, the return on MMTLP in court or in settlement is going to be zero. If you open MMTLP for trading, your friends will manipulate the system and you'll get next to zero. The only way to get a return on your investment is to own a vibrant, growing, well-managed, massive oil company. Now, there is risk in it. There is risk in it. I haven't seen the engineering reports. There could be a fault that faults out the whole thing. A meteor could land. Putin could launch an attack on Texas. There's all sorts of risks. But as with any investment, the reward pays for taking those risks and the time. It is sheer idiocy to stay in MMTLP and hope that the system who cheated you, your friends, is going to pay anything on MMTLP. The only way to get them is to make Nextbridge work. When this value goes up, Wall Street is obligated to give these shares, but guess what? Out of 165 million, the last number I heard, we might be as high as 90 million allocated. I actually heard a number under 50 million, but that's a few months ago. So it may have changed. Anthony, unless we help Greg McCabe tighten up his record books, I don't see any way forward, even in the lawsuits. Did you study in high school and college, Anthony? I mean, you look like you maybe played ball, had a ball. Did you do any studying? Or did you delay that until after graduation? the pretty good estimate of what stocks were worth with a bid and offer system in the public markets. I think you know, Anthony, but maybe you've missed it, that on December 9th, FINRA halted trading in MMTLP. So there's been no market price since December 9th. You also know that these shares don't trade. I think you know that. So there isn't a price. Now, if you're the CEO that you disparage, Anthony, how is the CEO going to give a share price? He doesn't know his denominator. Why? Because we haven't delivered our shares to AST. Now, he can do a rough calculation, but he doesn't know his shareholders. Now, Anthony, the calculation of a share price, can either be the last trade, which was $3, which your friends would love that to be our number. It could be what people paid. I paid $8. And it could be some sort of legal settlement. But the best way to get a share price is for the company to continue to drill. They've got 5 wells to drill by the end of the year. Oh, I'm sorry, you got to wait. You got to wait. Oh, gosh. Why should you believe they're ever going to drill 5 wells? Oh, my gosh, why should I believe it? You don't have to. But the best way, Anthony, is to get data, and you can put, even without production, you can put some of those reserves into the proven. If you're not, there's a proven producing column. If you're not producing, it goes into the proven non-producing. There's also an entry for proven behind pipe. That's a well that you've essentially completed, and it may be the same. Those two terms may be the same. Then you have probable, and then you have possible, and then you just have moose pasture, which gets 0. And so then you do an allocation on percentages, and you come up at the bottom of this 80-page report. What are the reserves on PV10, PV8, PV15, PV20? You put in a price deck, and you can do it more than one different ways. You can just do a flat $60 a barrel for the next 20 years, or you can start at 65 and decline the price every single year. They have lots of different ways. Always conservative. If they used Netherland and Sewell, it'd be very conservative. Well, then you get that reserve report, and you divide it by the number of shares that are outstanding. Because of your friends, Anthony, Torchlight to this day does not know how many shares they have out there trading. Because of your friends, MMTLP was fraudulently established to trade. MMTLP doesn't know how many shares are out. The system hides it. Nobody knows. Greg McCabe doesn't know. What's the best way of giving Craig power? I don't think we'll ever get to 100%. But if we got to 75% of moving shares over to Xfinity or whatever it's called, he could go into Congress and say, we have 75% of our shares allocated. That leaves 40 million, whatever it is, 40 million. If your numbers from your blue sheets you're not sharing with us are more than 40 million, you got some problems. You got some problems. But we're nowhere near that because everyone's listening to this crud. I think with your attitude in life, Anthony Bird, you should focus on Friday night, what you're going to do Friday night and maybe Saturday. I don't think you have any capacity to trust beyond that time. But you cannot get a Nextbridge share. You cannot get a Nextbridge share price because it doesn't trade. Now, I have a negative. The last trade I saw for Nextbridge was around $2 or $3 a share. That was the exchange they made for some of the properties I think it was John Berta owned. That's discouraging. That's a number. That's a comp. So if you want to use $2 a share or $3, you can, lawyers could make an argument for that. But that was a while ago. And I think there's other reasons why that trade made sense at those prices. And then finally, Anthony Bird, as I've already stated, Nextbridge does not want to release its reserve report. They have 134,000 contiguous acres in a new field discovery. They have the scientists. They have the seismic. They have Masterson. And they have the results of the first 15 or 20 wells. They don't know if they own all the leases. They don't want to create competition. So if you can't stand it, Anthony, so you can't sell your shares. Put them in, stop, just assume they're worthless and go away. But your other question is, what is Greg McCabe doing to increase shareholder value? He wants to know, do we have the heart of this new field discovery, or do I have to go acquire additional leases? He doesn't want to create competition. If the trend goes over into New Mexico, he wants to go get those leases before they're expensive, before Carrizo buys them. But of course, if you'd actually gone to class in college, you could do that kind of critical thinking. All right, I'm going to go down those. Jerome, top of the morning. Yeah, I love Tilo. I really like Tilo. Let's see how Tilo's doing. I can't believe it's 2 o'clock and they haven't contacted me. Let me check. I guess it's going to be dinner. All right, I'm going to finish the comments and I'm going to go have something to eat. My computer is so slow. Yeah, I like Tilo. The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. I like that. So when exactly will Tilo squeeze? Next Wednesday at 11:39 a.m. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I think it's a Wednesday. I think it's 11:39 a.m. Oh, but my vision, I can't tell if it's June or July. This year, I see the Y, so I know, but which month this year? I know it's a day. I can't quite see the month. Mr. Shabazz, why don't you go, on the other hand, and screw yourself? You haven't listened to me for 10 years. You're a piece of work. When T-Lo will squeeze. T-Lo is the idea that you can live to 120 years of age and feel like 60. And the whole idea of it is that you use your own stem cells. Your body has a certain number of I don't know if it's stem cells, but they have the telomere at the end of the DNA that's a certain length. And if you get a sunburn, if you get hit over the head, if you go through stress, if you deal with short sellers and co-conspirators and jerks like you get stressed out, that can cause the ends of your, or if you get smallpox or something, the ends of your DNA try to produce stem cells to rejuvenate your body, whatever is under attack. Well, over time, that little telomere gets smaller and smaller, and your body is not able to do it anymore. So out of millions and millions and millions of these DNA magic bullets that go solve stem cells, that go solve your body's problems, as you get older, you don't have that firepower anymore. This is what telomere is about. And right now they're in the dog phase of their testing. They're going to go to human phase after that. They have a rat phase going on too. They're going to be able to start making some announcements. But Mr. Shabazz, you're going to live forever anyway. You don't have to worry about it. You can just be a jerk. But if, in fact, they started on a rat population, and these rats, instead of just living longer, their fur got better, their gait got better, their tails got longer. It's like they hit the fountain of youth. So this has application with veterinarians. It has application with 8 billion people. Of course, you're gonna ridicule it. I just met T-Lo about 3 months ago, so I have made no predictions on it. I make no prediction now. What I understand is one investor bought the entire offering last time. I met the scientists. I met some of the investors. And I know without your interference, Mr. Shabazz, in a normal market, T-Lo would probably already be $80 a share. But instead it's $5 because you're shorting it. You're shorting it. You're selling stock that doesn't exist, collecting money that does exist. You're hoping to drive it down lower so you can get a reverse split, or you can get people to panic out, or you can get it seller box so you can take your loot. And Wagner doesn't care. Gary Gensler backs you up. Adina Friedman loves your smile. And Robert Cook, he's befuddled. And it's a great strategy you have. But you picked the wrong stock with T-Lo. T-Lo could be, imagine a company who has discovered a way that everybody can live to 120 years old and walk around as if they're 50 or 60 years old. You, of course, wouldn't pay for that because you're happy being a miserable human being. And honestly, Ham can be quite, okay, I'll tell Ham to be quite about GME and Roaring Kitty. At least people made money because of Roaring Kitty. If I didn't know better, I would guess Ham is jealous. Well, I don't know if that's true. I think Ham's telling you what he sees. There's no evidence. There is no evidence that people made money because of Roaring Kitty. No evidence. Some did, sure. Some did. And when he popped out and it ran up, yeah. If people sold. All right. So Trento Mines is on the way. Some people maybe made money, but not everybody. It wasn't a free good. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. In fact, I know, Mr. Shabazz, this Monday, most people probably bought in at 45. The stock's 27. People who made money in GME had to wait 2 or 3 years. So, Mr. Shabazz, I think you can be quite. So who gets awarded these funds? You, Anthony. Because of your genius, you get them all. And you can allocate them. You're the only one that will have the power to allocate the settlement. You can organize the settlement. You can negotiate it. And when the money comes into your account, you can direct it out whatever way you see fit. You're a piece of work. If there are lawsuits, they'll take forever. The lawsuits will be duked out and Karen'd out and fought out and battled out, all in a court. There'll be experts. There'll be black and white filings. There'll be approvals. And the final distribution will go probably to an escrow agent. And then there'll be a conference room that'll go from here to the next street of lawyers sitting around representing themselves and their customers, their clients. And the checks will be cut. It'll be all above board. Who gets them is who wins the court case, who settles. In terms of Nextbridge, any dividends, earnings from selling oil and gas, sale of properties go to shareholders. So the awarded funds is that as revenue comes into the company, you take out your costs and you can leave the shares in the money in the company, and that's accrued. Or you can distribute it and it goes to shareholders. It's all above board. It's all audited. That's who gets those. So those are the two sources. If there's a settlement in the court system, The only one I left out is if there's a settlement, Congress organized, if they just name a price because Professor Angel goes in and they just mandate it. These broker dealers are too big to fail. Well, then you get a shitty price, but it'll be in the record. The other way is if you settle with Wall Street directly, or we do it as a class, there will be paperwork, and you be awarded whatever you agreed to. Now, if Greg McKay leads the charge on a settlement, I'm not sure he'll be the one. I am sure that whatever settlement comes for a narrow group will be a global settlement. That's not what your friends are going to ask for. Your friends are going to kick and claw and try to make it. It's not going to be pretty. I appreciate your confidence this will be solved. I just don't see what they're doing to instill. Well, because you're a complete brain dead idiot. You're not following the story. You're not following the press releases. You don't know anything about oil and gas. But here's how you solve your problem, Anthony Bird. You move your shares. That's how you solve your problem. No one else is doing it. Company, and you stay in MMTLP. MMTLP is worthless anyway. If you move to Nextbridge and Nextbridge proves its worth, MMTLP will be drawn kicking and screaming upward in value. If for some reason your valuable shares in Nextbridge, you would rather move them to the uncertainty of the court and Congress and the settlement system, and you'd like to get a lesser value, I'm sure you'll be given the opportunity to move from Nextbridge back to MMTLP. You're not casual debating. You're being a jerk, and you're trying to scare people. You're trying to say that listening to me, people shouldn't do that. You're also trying to scare people, freeze people into doing nothing. If Greg McKay doesn't get his share count, we're going to be in limbo forever. That's where you want to be. It's interesting, Anthony. You're the hurry up guy, but you just want to be in limbo forever. Let's act. Let's be adults. Let's do what we can to help Greg McKay create value. MMTLP is not going to create value for MMTLP. The only argument MMTLP is, they stole my candy, mommy. Those meanies stole my candy cane. That's the extent of our argument for value in MMTLP. Why don't we put our effort into helping Greg McKay make possibly the least encumbered, the fleetest of foot, the most well-capitalized independent oil and gas company in North America? Why is it that remaining in limbo is the right choice, Anthony Bird? You're not casually debating. You're trying to throw a spinnaker in the works. You're familiar with how all this started? Great. That's good to know. But you can't put anything together. You have no ability to critically think. Did MMAT, you don't mean commute, you mean compete, you mean collude with? Yeah, I don't know if you mean that as Did they get paid off to do it? I mean, did they do it on purpose? I'd say yes. MMAT made the mistake in the beginning of taking the financing. I don't think they did the fraud on MMTLP. But I do know from a pretty reliable source that the board at MMAT was warned not to take the last financing. Not warned quietly, forcibly warned. And all of the what was going to happen was laid out. They listened to the lawyers, they listened to the liars, and they listened to the criminals. And they took the deal. And they destroyed the company and shareholders. But they're fighting back now. But we'll see. We'll see. But that's what you get when you get a board and a CEO that's not fighting. You bring in the lying lawyers and the financiers like the ones Anthony Bird works with. And they smile and they assure, and the lawyer says you have no choice. And it's a disaster. You need a CEO that is not going to do that. You need a CEO that's willing to get on the phone and make his own or her own fundraising calls. Yeah, collude, right? Collude. This happens all the time. What? That you and your friends destroy this for a long time. So first it's all the time. So it happens all the time. We've been witnessing it for a long time. Therefore, why do we get retribution? Anthony, I'm arguing you're not going to get it. I don't know what retribution enters into it. I'm arguing you're not going to. You have to act. Get into Nextbridge. If you leave it in MMTLP, you're just playing victim. And you're not going to. If there's a lawyer out there that wants to take a class action case, wants to penetrate arbitration, wants to take up the case of a bunch of ragtag investors, yes, you might get a tiny bit of retribution. It doesn't look like Congress is going to do it, Anthony. So the advice you're giving people to stay in MMTLP is completely idiotic. The only way, and I don't call it retribution. What I'm saying, let me be clear, Anthony, because of your advice to people, everyone is being lethargic. In a normal situation where there was not a problem, Wall Street already would have distributed these shares, and we wouldn't be talking about it. All Nextbridge had to do was distribute the shares. Wall Street then had to distribute them to you. Because Wall Street oversold the shares by $1 billion, they can't do it. But your advice is to do nothing and just sit back because we was robbed. My advice is to act, grow up, be a man, and go claim your property and help Nextbridge grow. I'm telling you, if you own Nextbridge, I don't know how much, Anthony, I doubt you own any MMTLP. I paid $8 like an idiot. I expect if Nextbridge can get going and get growing, I suspect I could get 100x. That's how you get your retribution. What the hell are you talking about retribution? You're trying to get everyone worked in their emotions. I want fairness. I want them to hang. I want to be recompensed. That's idiocy. This is finance. This is finance. This is Wall Street. No one gives a shit about whether or not you get retribution. So take matters into your own hands and go get paid for your investment. You took a risk. It's been hell. Help the company give you 10 times your money back. Help the company give you 100 times your money back. And stop lollygagging and stop being a criticizer. I don't know how you made it through life. Generation of complainers and whiners. TL is tortured. Wow, I'm way behind. Where has Berta been? He's been silent lately. No, he hasn't. Berta was on X the other day. He was supporting Drew, at least saying that Drew's a good guy, I guess. But I like John Berta. I think he's an honorable man. And without John Berta, we wouldn't be in this position to actually get something from the criminal short sellers who tried to seller box Torchlight. Okay. It's you that did it, Anthony. It's your friends that did that. All right, let's hear Deacon Blues. Something huge is brewing with MMTL right now. I think it's going to involve handcuffs, and the information is in Congress. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Now, Deacon, my opinion is that if something involves handcuffs and something involves getting a resolution, that even if you're in Nextbridge, you're going to get the same opportunity to cash out on the same terms, if you want to, as whatever you perceive MMTLP is going to get. And this idea that I read yesterday, what if MMTLP starts trading? It won't. But if it does, and you're stuck at AST, how can you trade? They will make sure that you have, before they let the trading happen, they will make sure that you can either trade your Nextbridge or move your Nextbridge backwards, your butterfly back into the chrysalis. How much money do you have in it, Anthony? They haven't gotten away scot-free. I think your friends have gotten away, many of them. I think that's right. But Wall Street hasn't gotten away scot-free. If this becomes valuable, Wall Street's going to have to pay out. But Anthony, you haven't even asked for your property. How do you know they've gone scot-free? You think this isn't valuable? This is valuable. You just can't sell it right away, that's your crybaby side. Your reward is time, but you want your reward immediately. Pete Penn, thank you, Pete. Berta is working this issue, as is McCabe. I think that's right. Rest assured, resolution is coming. This can't be cut down the road much longer. Well, Pete, my reaction to that is if resolution comes now, it's not going to be at a particularly high price. But on the other hand, McCabe said that settlement has to start at $600, so maybe it will. But a resolution, Pete, is going to cover everyone. So I still stick by my guns. You got to move your shares. You know what, Anthony? You're boring. until Nextbridge knows its shareholders. I think you're saying. What can they say exactly? They send out a corporate release. That's true. I'm not saying this is $1,000 share stock. I'm expecting anywhere from 120 to 180. Well, that's what I would think, because you got to pay the lawyers, you got to pay the system, and you leave something that, frankly, the criminals will be very happy with. I hope it's not that low, but that's what I meant by low, Pete. That's what I meant by low. The only way to get it up into the higher numbers is to drill, to prove up reserves, to win some court cases. But what the people on Twitter have been successful doing, and are, it's just the nature of a big group too, is they bought time. And so all of the anxiety and the urgency is out. So people will have a choice of accepting 120, 180 as you give it, or shares in Nextbridge. But remember this, Pete. If the settlement as you give it is, let's say, 180, and let's say 30 goes to the friction of the cost, so it's net to the company 150. That means our shares are worth 150. And so you're going to, if you have shares, and I think there'll be a race to get shares, frankly, that 150, in oil and gas, a well-run oil and gas project, it can give you 5 times your money over time, give you 10 times your money over time. It's not, I mean, it's difficult, but it's not unprecedented. So you have a choice. Take the cash or stay in the company. Good. You have them at AST. So what's the moaning about? Congratulations. You have your shares at AST? Perfecto. You're a genius. You're an absolute genius. Stop criticizing your company. Tune in, sign up for alerts. They'll come in your email. You like that. Bing. Or go to the website and read it. Sorry, my computer's freezing. All right, I'll let it catch up. All right, there. Yeah, it's freezing. GME's up. It's up $3.28. So I guess Mr. Shabazz is right. Ham should quite about GME. Ham should quite about it. All right. All right, let's see what Pete is saying. Move your shares, people. Allowing Wall Street to solve your problems is so now Anthony is joining in. Why you would not move your shares is beyond me. It's your own fault if you don't. Oh gosh, I must be one of the most idiotic. Yeah, Pete, I agree with you. I'm not going to do it now because I can make an argument where the stock price is worth a lot more. But I think the settlement, to get everybody in a settlement and to hide The problem, it's going to be lower. People should help themselves. Pete, you're a great. I wish this goes slowly. I wish I had just heard from you. 2.2 is the low figure. All right. More like 3.2, which is still a low figure, right? I'll do it at 3.2. Yeah, it's 3 to 5 billion barrels estimate. 3.2 is low. And that's recoverable, right, Deacon? It's recoverable. I saw it in the presentation. It said recoverable. Look, I can't speak for Ham's reactions on what Ham has far more experience trading than even you, and I don't know much about Roaring Kitty, but anyway, I'll tell him. I'll share your. I agree with Pete. How realistic is that share price? I don't know how realistic. It all depends on, look, Anthony, if you have two bidders for a property, the price goes up, usually. That's one variable. The other variable is how much of these reserves are proven, and will a renowned engineering firm give credit for those proved reserves? What's oil trading for? How much does it cost to put in the infrastructure? How long is it going to take to produce those reserves? What's the present value? What's the finding and lifting cost? It's a number of things we just don't know. But I think 250 is reasonable. But I also think a settlement. Look, whenever I do numbers, I try to do them conservatively and then cut them in half. Don't cut them in half, cut them by a third. So 250 divided by 3, $70, $80. We don't know. But all I know is you've got to give power to Greg McCabe. And you don't seem to want to. Maybe you're already there. You've got to give power to Greg McCabe so that Ann Wagner, despite her efforts to look the other way, will know that there's 600 million shares in the system that shouldn't exist. Otherwise, Wall Street will get off inexpensively. It's just my point of view. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think a lot of people would be happy with 125. They may do a reverse Dutch auction. They may do let's see how many people will take 25. How many people will take 50? How many people will take 70? They may do it that way. But what's in our advantage is Greg McCabe is not going to want Wall Street to take advantage of people. And Greg McCabe is going to hold out for a big number, I think, a fair number. And he's going to demand it across the board. No dickering, no cajoling, no taking advantage of people. And I think he'll have a dividend built in. There may even be a pain and suffering number built in. I don't think Greg is going to leave people behind. Now it's frozen again. Let's see some of these prices. $0.05. GME's up 3 smackers. T-Low's up at 5 cents. Well, all right. So this is the other side of the view on GME. My own opinion on GME is that GME could be the next Amazon or something like that, if Wall Street wants it to be. So I'm comfortable with that long-term idea. Then there's the short term. And I really like the idea that Junk Savvy came up with. Let E-Trade exercise the calls. And you could have something happen, you know. This doesn't have, oh God, I feel, why am I torturing myself? This doesn't have zero value. It just doesn't have a value that shows up on your monthly statement. I'm sure, Anthony, if you put together 250 grand, it might be 500,000, you could go to an independent investment bank and get a valuation of your shares. Is it worth it? I doubt it, but you could go do it. There is a valuation for these shares, but I'm telling you, McCabe is this project is tight. He doesn't want company. Just repeating myself. Just repeating myself. If lawsuits are awarded, the court will decide. There's going to be a plethora of people on both sides, payees and payers, and the court will, the distribution will be done under the supervision of the court. You only have no value because you're being a spoiled brat. You need to study the company, learn oil and gas a little bit. You don't have to become an expert. Read each press release. Read about the Oregon thousand acres. And they're still drilling. Now, you could say, oh, they're worthless. Oh, they're worthless. I don't see any proof. It doesn't pop up on my super duper phone. And when I go home, it doesn't pop up on my iPad. And it doesn't pop up on my game console. So I have no proof. That's not proof. So if they have 135,000 acres, you know, in the height of the Eagleford trend, people were paying 20,000, 30,000 an acre. I don't know. If they prove up this oil, this could be worth a lot. But I don't know. Let's use 500 an acre. 67 million. It's not very much, but it's something. Mr. Shabazz, the one thing I know about you, I can tell that you're intelligent. I'm glad your shares are at AST. I really am. That actually makes all the talking I did worth it. I agree with Pete. Move it over. I'm not saying GME's over. I did say take some profits, and I was right both times. I said it. I said sell calls. I said maybe sell the stock, buy the calls. I was right on every single one of those recently. But right now, I'm just a spectator. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. In fact, I've wished everybody, I hope everybody becomes a millionaire. I actually am, I think there's some rationale there. But Hey, lucky boy, I miss you. I don't use Schwab or Think or Swim. Are you still not allowed to talk about two stocks? Look, it's not that I'm not allowed to. It's that I said out of courtesy, I said I wouldn't. Let me just show you. We will win no matter what. Of course, my computer is it's like having a rotary phone. It's like being a tuxedo. Everyone in life is a tuxedo, and you're a pair of brown shoes. Okay, let's look at this one. This is your first stock. I think this trading is really impressive. Right here at the end of your comment, the stock went sideways flat, and then it tested, by definition, the 20-day moving average. It broke up strongly, went sideways, broke out through the 50-day moving average, and I've drawn this little amateur trend line. It went to the top of that trend line and pulled back right to the I guess that's a golden cross. I mean, this is the cross of the I guess it's golden, but anyway, it pulled back right to resistance, and then it rallied back up sort of into the top of this trend line, pulled back, and we've done that again, and it's now pulling back a little bit. But it's odd, and I know this is my drawing, so it's crappy, but this trend line sort of hits $1.50, but so does this green line I drew, where there's this block of sideways trading. So I think the next price level that's going to be effective to tell us what's happening is 150. It'll probably hit it, pull back, punch through, pull back to test it. And then the next one is here, somewhere around $2, $2.14, $2.25. There's a lot of sideways trading here on the left, but also that's the 200-day moving average. And I think that could be another breakthrough. There's a weird little gap here, but I don't know if it's been filled or not. I think 350 might have some significance. But my opinion, we will win or not, is all of this higher numbers back here. I don't know if you can see my spinning, but the high targets here, I don't think they show a lot of resistance. Sure, some people will sell. Most people got the heck out of Dodge as this stock was manipulated by the criminals. This one I'm not as excited about on the chart. Doesn't mean it's not going to do anything. So it's right in the middle. If you just come over to where the red circle, blue circle, green circle is, and you see the chart, the stock's now trading in the middle of that little black line. And of course it would be. It's come up to resistance, and it's been testing this resistance and going downward for weeks, months even. So until it breaks through sort of 286 with volume, and it looked like it was yesterday, and until it gets through, I think, 326, even 367, even $4, you cannot be sure that it's not going to come back down to test. What you're missing in this chart, because your comment is there, but you can almost see it. This sideways movement adds the risk of time. This adds the risk of a sell-off. If it breaks down, there isn't any support. So the risk reward in this one is not as positive as the one I just showed you. I think right now you're risking $1 to $1.80, $2. You're risking maybe $2 to initially see if you can get these pennies done. I don't know if it's worth it. Now, if it breaks through breaks through, then I think your risk is very small because these become support. Problem is, if it really busts through, you won't get a chance to buy the shares anymore. So it's in a much more precarious situation, but I'm not trying to be negative at all. It can turn around on a dime. My guess, he's been told by his lawyers, why won't McCabe release the number of shares the short hedge fund was asking for? My guess is, number one, it could just be a rumor. I haven't had confirmation that it's a guaranteed number. Number two, I'm guessing his attorneys have told him he can't say anything. And number three, if he's negotiating with them, he's not going to give the number out. Maybe he's saying, look, I want 600 a share. I'm making it up, you know. So I would think it is in the area, definitely, of material information. And unless he's ready to do a press release, he can't tell anybody. It's called Reg FD. You've got to fully disclose to everybody. So everybody's making their decisions on the same information. I think Gary Gensler should have the SEC fully disclose to all investors on the side of their statements on the websites, investing kills, with a picture of a black lung. Fully disclose that the whole system is corrupt. What criminal shorts are offering GTII management is prison time. That's a hard one to suss. I know there's some allegations that management maybe didn't behave properly, and therefore there's a risk they can go to prison. But I'm not sure it has anything to do with the criminal shorts. I just don't know what you mean. Sorry. Hey, Donna. Hey, Barbara. Toronto back in the saddle. Yeah, Keith. He's driving down now, so I guess I'm going to have dinner, and he'll be here tomorrow, next day, maybe. And I think it's two of them. But I don't know. I'm not putting any pressure on. It'll be more than just that, I think. I think it could be big. Hey, Red Pepper. I love that. Thank you very much, Ordinary Angler. Whenever I've come on the junk calls, and I wish I had come on now, I'm always impressed by your questions and commitment, participation. I'm also really impressed by Curtis. Of course, I think Junk Savvy does a terrific job, but there's more people on it that do well. So Curtis said they've identified 10 individuals involved in the U3 halt from brokers and financial institutions. That is collusion. That is market manipulation. That is, I can't think of the others, defrauding investors. That's jail time, boys, before you say RICO. It's in the securities laws. You can't do that. Can't do that. It's material inside information. You could blow the top off. And Curtis, I would dare say it's possible if something happens quickly, maybe people don't have to move from MMTLP to AST. I think it's foolish not to. Maybe. But just because it's discovered, just because it's alleged, doesn't mean you don't have 6 to 18 months ahead of you of law. A lot of law. But that's pretty cool, Ordinary. Thank you for that. David, I love that. I wasn't on the call this morning mainly because I thought I had a 10:30 appointment with the Trento Mine guys. That's why. Ham wanted to go live, maybe he said, and I thought, well, I'm not going to have it. And here I am. It's 2:45. So I made a mistake. I should have been on our call. But hey, I made a mistake. Is that you, Clint? Will, I can't see what you're saying. You know, killing a man is a hell of a thing. You take away everything he's had and everything he's going to have. Oh, I don't know if Finger will partner with Apple. I don't know, Farrell. I don't know. I don't have any privileged information. But if I were Finger and if I were the Chinese government, I'd rather partner with Tesla than Apple. I think that AI crap they were talking about, and I don't understand it all. I think it's going to backfire on Apple. I really do. It's going to bring in competition, and I think the competition is going to be Tesla phones, and I think the Tesla phone is going to kick the iPhone to the curb. Maybe. Um, don't get caught up with that idiot. Idiots. You remember that scene? There's a note sitting on the dead body, and the bad picks it up. Tuco, and he goes, it, and the good comes over and grabs the note and says, idiots, it's for you. Thank you, Pete. Curtis on the space call said they've uncovered the missing Pete. Ties into people's net. What? You have the abrogated share count. I'll listen to his call. It said it ties into people's names who have things to lose. Happy days are here again. Happy days are here again. Oh, happy days are here again. And it could be Gary Gensler. Pete, you should come over to this side of the computer. Wow, 8:45. It was a Zoom call. It was a Zoom call. I thought it was a Zoom call. I don't know. Where do I find it, Pete? I go to junk, I guess, right? I go to junk. And I say, I'm looking for a face for the movies. Okay, here. Let's see if I can play it.
Battery 90%.
Okay.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Let me see if I
Call
can.
unknown.
Let's see if I can play it. I go to. You said to 8:45 mark. How do I do that?
Yeah, Hollywood, I sincerely apologize. I just
That's the 9:20 mark.
updated
That's the
community
9:20.
initiatives, my community initiatives.
Oh, 8:45
Of course, you
a.m.
guys are welcome to do what you do. But if you want to help, this is just a suggestion. We really hope that you do those, guys. So
How do I
just
do that,
updated
Pete?
that to include fair market.
How do I
value.
play the
Hollywood, you're always
8:45
there.
a.m. mark?
So sometimes
Darn it.
I forget just because
I
you're
don't know how to do
always
it.
there. We really appreciate everything that you do. So break, and after that, it's all campaign all the time.
Oh, this is 1 hour
21
ago.
days is gonna fly by really quick, guys.
Sorry, that's 1 hour
So
ago.
there's even less working days. So let's take the opportunity to contact our representatives and their staffers, asking them what John is.
All right, let's try this one. I think I played the wrong one.
And so,
Okay. No, I just
Yeah.
saw it, so I'm like, wow, somebody's got a bombshell for us. So anyway, good to get some clarity on that. But yeah, guys, if you want to check it out and give your thoughts, hang on just a second. Let me check my messages. I got a new message this morning, so.
I don't know.
Hey, just a second, guys. Sending a message really quick.
Is this
Actually,
it,
I'm not even
Pete?
gonna answer. Okay. Still me. If they're having some issues with for step one, be link and it down to be part. It's like your system. There's a bird. Super.
so anyway, which is the share count, the voluntary share.
Subsidiary. Good morning, William. Welcome to the mic. How are you today?
That's the wrong. It's the wrong space call. Is it this one? There's Curtis. All right, there's Curtis.
Hear from us that this is it's definitely working.
There's Anna.
You know, this was already set to
There's
go in
Anna.
place, and the fact that they're doing these emergency hearings to try to slow it, to stop it, is insane, quite frankly. Especially the information that we've delivered to Congress over the past year and a half. They've seen the evidence. They know that crimes were committed against us. And this is not just us. This is all retail, right? So please, guys, make your calls. This is not a time to let up, but really get the information to the state AGs. I know when I was in DC, when we mentioned the state AGs, you can see kind of a wash go over their face. Like, they don't want that, because the attorney generals will look into it and they will work for us. So just make the calls. If we have to do the securities complaints first with the consumer division, then do that and then get it moved up. But there's power in numbers. So we just need to work together with our state groups on that. So thank you for the mic, Savvy.
Yep. And guys, Devin Nunez knows how the process works. You can see he's being very deliberate and systematic about how
Actually, first off, thank you for, I just heard the tail end of this. Large hurdles to overcome, and I'm not saying that we can't overcome them. We have already overcome some major hurdles with those obstacles with some of the conflicts of interest, but again, it takes I absolutely can appreciate that, trust me. The CAT data emergency meeting that you're referencing, is there, I don't think
All right, Pete, it's not going very quickly.